I'm pretty tired of hearing it at this point. Like, either do it, don't do it, tell us you're retiring, don't tell us you're retiring. Do something other than just keep saying, oh, well, you know, it's winding down here. We know it's winding down. We can see your age. You don't have to keep telling us. Either retire or announce your retirement or don't. But don't keep stretching it out for like, oh, maybe 1 to 2, 2 to 3, who knows?
Did I miss something, or is this just triggered off of the Shams report?
Shams?
Okay, because LeBron didn't actually say anything.
Okay.
So you're saying
that's
that
just
LeBron
coming from
James
nowhere?
said it, his camp let it be known, and we're putting it out
with that part of it.
We're amplifying it.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I mean, listen, LeBron James can kind of do what he wants. He's coming off of having 3 straight triple-doubles. He's averaging 24, 9, and 8.
That's nuts.
And he's damn near 40 years old.
That's crazy.
He can take his time as far as I'm concerned.
Me too.
He's played so many minutes and played so hard that the Sixers are going to have guys sit out in his honor now. That's what they're going to actually do. The final boss, Joe Fortenbaugh, next.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check that your guests like spicy first before serving atomic hot wings.
Who's hungry?
Oh, my God. What are these?
You don't like them? Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Water.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. And Chairman Kurt is standing by to take all of your phone calls on the Kerber and Thompson phone lines. The number 314-974-0101. We enjoy your texts on the Air Comfort Service text line. And Doug, unfortunately, they were waiting for us. Oh, no. From the 314. I cannot wait until 11 o'clock.
Me either.
No. That's where I get my local sports analysis. F the dossier and all of that silly S. Oh. And that is how the program gets underway today. That was sent at 6:58. This, I would imagine, gentleman, was waiting for us, and he is not happy this morning.
He is struck.
Jackson, but this is the Empire Strikes Back day for you. And maybe fittingly, you're wearing all black everything because this dossier might be the strongest dossier in the 20-plus year history of this program. Listen to this, Doug. You won't believe what we have on today's itinerary, but you call it a dossier.
I don't call it a dossier. And
Jackson?
I hope it's a good one because I'm not going to be much good to you.
Did you just reach for a prop?
No, sir. I was getting my whiteboard ready.
Oh,
okay.
Show prep. Yeah, just doing a little show prep over here. So today at 8:10, we have the one and only Joe Buck. We'll be calling
why it's 8:10. Does he know that we're late, so he didn't want to be on at 8? He just said, might as well say.
He's building it in.
Hey, don't put me in 7:4. You'll never be on time. Put me in 8:1, which will slide to 8:10.
Yeah, he kind of knows.
He said 8:10.
8:10.
Drop off. Carpool.
I think that's what it is.
It's got to be carpool.
Yeah, it could be. Or he wants us to, have a wide berth. He understands the program. At 9 o'clock, Joey Vitali, friend of the program.
Unbelievable. A guy who calls in and talks Christmas parties and his nipples.
Yeah. He said he had big ones.
Looking forward to that.
I was with my nephew last Saturday at the Mizzou game, and he goes, I was listening to your new show. We were driving to Ann Arbor. He was going to the Michigan game. He goes, yeah, and Joey Vitali called in about his chest and his nipples. I said, oh, God, that's what you heard.
Yeah, that's the brand.
Just wait till 11.
At 9:30, in studio will be the Sklar Brothers, St. Louis local comedians who've gone national, big time.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Curb. I remember them from a film called Wild Hogs.
Doug, Wild Hogs.
I remember Wild Hogs, but I don't remember what their role was.
They played a pair of deputies, twin brother deputies, as they often play twin brothers, as they are twin brothers.
Think about that.
They played deputies. One of them was deaf. Big comedy. It was good, funny. As a 10-year-old, that was like my favorite thing.
It was John Travolta.
Was it good or bad?
Yeah.
I love it. Like you have to.
Wild Hogs is good.
Like you have to remember. Like it came out when I was younger, and I thought that was. And it's a great cast. John Travolta.
Couching his review.
That's a nice read, Martin.
By
You're ready for the World Series
I was
of Poker.
younger, but also they're guests, so you don't want to say, man.
14% on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's that's why goodorbad.com. That's the place to go. It's too good of a cast to have 14%.
Yeah, it was silly, but kind of funny. And
Martin Lawrence, Tim Allen, William H. Macy. I call him Bill. The Sklar Brothers.
Oh, they're on the motorcycle. Now it's all coming back to
kind of fun. All right.
Ray Liotta.
Ray Liotta, the great Ray Liotta. And then at 10:15, the Colonel Gabriel P.D. Armbruster.
Unbelievable, Doug. Let's get you ready for South Carolina. Shane Beamer does not like Eli Drinkwitz. Okay. Let's see if he tries to run it up on the Fighting Tigers.
Whoa,
I haven't
you're
seen anybody
assuming they'll win?
I haven't seen anybody taking Missouri just yet. Chairman Kurt, I assume you're taking Missouri.
I haven't released my pick yet.
Oh,
so that's coming up
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
You're releasing your pick at 11.
You're
Tim,
welcome. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I wanted to ask you a question.
I am taking questions. Doug will not.
Georgia's top running back, Trevor Etienne, is out. Do you still love Georgia?
Hold on a second. I just got to...
still love Georgia?
Watch this, Doug. I love... La. Now, I am a little concerned that it seems like the entire world is on Georgia. That worries me.
I just didn't know if that affected if you liked him now.
I saw it. Number one, I think Georgia may be one of the best teams in the country. I am a little concerned about Carson Beck, but on the other side of it, I think Tennessee may be the most overrated team in the SEC. So that's my twofold reason.
And
so
Georgia's probably a little mad right now.
It's a perfect storm. Nico. Doug, how do you pronounce his last name?
Nico. I just say Nico. I'm so
his
tight
health is questionable.
Yeah.
Perfect storm, Georgia. I think, Martin, this is going to be sweat-free if you want to double your net worth. That's up to you. I can't control what you allocate to this.
I didn't know if the running back out affected your level of love for the game.
Tennessee's got an offensive issue, and that's something that Georgia will be happy to tend to.
I am Oliva. Is that Nico's last name?
Jackson?
Close enough.
Yeah, that works.
That works.
I am Oliva.
Is that what they say in the production meetings before Monday Night Football? Hey, who's the new left tackle for the Jags? Yeah, that works. Close enough.
We need one of those pronunciation guys, because with ETN, you just mentioned them, when his brother was at Clemson, the pronunciation guy just said the letters E, T, and N, and that's how you pronounced it.
I kind of like that.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
ETN.
Stephen Wildwood is active in the Air Comfort Service text line. That number is 314-399-9646. And he says, is there a mic drop on the dossier? Not to be coy, but I nearly died making it. So Chairman Stephen Wildwood left a mic drop, and he said he nearly passed away while leaving it. I wonder what he was all worked up about. Maybe the Blues and the Sabres. Doug, here's a team that was 5-0 going into the third period, heading into the Boston game on Tuesday night. And why now they're 5-2 after dealing with the third period problem again, this time in upstate New York.
Now, what's that accent that we're getting now?
I feel like you're a local. Guy? I feel like you're doing weekends in Rochester, New York, and you just called the game.
Trying to yag a
maybe
little
post game coverage of the Sabres on Rochester radio. I take it all back. That's the voice I'm hearing right there.
Jackson, what are you doing over there? Are you pulling up the mic drop? Are you pulling up drops?
More drops. I'll get to the mic. I got to listen to the mic drop first.
Doug.
Well, you have to.
You don't trust him for not swearing?
I would, but there's been instances where I have to screen his mic drops.
But he did text in to us yesterday that he left one.
Yeah, a text last night. Had it been more higher up on my priority list, just being honest here, like I like Stephen Wildwood a lot.
Sure,
but him texting me last night and then me forgetting this morning is totally like on brand.
But you'll play spitting chicklets saying the F word without editing it. That's okay. Just
that lines is breaking
just
up.
To clarify.
Chairman Curt, we're going to be like the SEC. We're bringing everybody over.
That was Martin, was an oversight. This was a calculated mistake.
Okay. I did have a dossier question because
I don't know anymore when I look at the dossier what's Martin's work and what's real.
Joe Buck at 8:10.
That's real.
Which is
we
great,
know that's
which
real.
is great. 8:15 drops of the week.
Right.
I'm going to venture a guess that there's no way. Is Joe's segment going to be 4.5 minutes?
Joe, do you mind settling in for a second? Take a break while we play our drops of the week.
On occasion, especially like on News Talk, you have a prominent guest, and they'll say to the author or the politician, do you have time to sit through the break? We'll be right. Can you take some call? Okay, thank you. And then they'll go do business and traffic and weather. I'm just looking at the dossier, wondering at 8:15, Joe, is it okay if we do drops of the week because we got to stick to the log? Do you see my question, Jackie?
I understand your query. That was a mistake on my part because I changed it from 8:10. It's usually that block usually says 8 o'clock, but we're having one at 8:10. So I wanted that to be more accurate. Okay. So no, we will not just stop Joe Buck in the middle of the conversation.
He might enjoy it.
He might. Probably won't.
Dr. Daddy is not happy with the show, Doug. He is new in the YouTube chat, and he says, I wonder if they'll have 4 or 5 hockey beat writers on today.
Oh, gosh, we can't win. We can't.
Have we ever had a hockey beat writer on?
JR's not a beat writer.
Rutherford.
But I don't know. That's a little different.
He's close.
So are they mad that we don't have him on or mad that we might have him on?
I think they're mad that we have too much Blues hockey.
Okay.
Because we got together before starting the show and said, hey, let's do as much Blues hockey as we can because for the 20 years of the show growing, that was the bailiwick. And Doug, you always said the more...
Blues. That's been my suggestion all along.
You would have Stempniak call into the show on Fridays.
Yeah, you love Stempy.
Mike Kitchen did Kitchen's Corner. You guys did that.
That's fun.
You did have a lot of Blues.
Doug does a Kitchen impression in that. He does Ask Kitch.
Ask Kitch.
I'm television's own Doug Chandler Hill.
That was AI, Martin. It was not me.
Todd Reesing really thinks it's funny. How is JR not a beat writer? And then laughing emojis.
Well, I think he is a beat writer. He's a beat writer for The Athletic, and his beat is the Blues.
Yeah, I think he's a beat writer.
Okay. So how many other beat writers do?
Well, just one.
Okay.
Well,
Just him.
Gary in Calgary.
Iggy tweeted at Lou Korak once.
He tweeted
creepy at Lou Korak, but I still don't know what the history on that was.
Well, I think anything Iggy is creepy, so it doesn't really need a lot of.
What did Lou Korak
doesn't
do?
need a lot of context. I don't know how Lou got dragged into it.
Yeah, that was the big question.
I have to say, the people that cover the team closely, like JR, like Lou Korak, it's great because you can go to their Twitter handle and they're all over it. So it is nice when somebody is on the beat and they have all the detailed information. I enjoyed. There were a lot of great quote tweets from Bannister last night about how he sat Cairo late in the game.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed the detailed tweets. I was home early last night resting up for this Friday show.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed the detail that they provided after the game. And Bannister basically said, we're trying to win the game, trying to get to overtime, trying to get a point.
He's saying we're trying to make sure we get a point.
We get a point. I'm sorry. You get to overtime. And by sitting one of your star players, we have a better chance to get to overtime.
This is kind of getting into the weeds. Doug, you might be, this might be on
That's
a tee
at
for you.
9:10.
Getting into the weeds right in the middle of the Joey Vitali interview. But, so they get the Sundquist penalty called against him for goalie interference, and then Buffalo's just like, all right, we're just going to hang out with the puck at our own end. And
to get the full 2 minutes in overtime.
Absolutely. And the broadcaster, this wasn't on the Blues telecast team, but is going, I can't believe the Blues are letting them do this, because then it's going to be a 4-on-3. So they had about 50 seconds where they're just kind of jacking around with the puck down at their own end, and then they set up the 4-on-3. And I don't believe the puck left the Blues' offensive zone that entire first 90 seconds before the Sabres beat Binnington with the one-timer.
Yeah.
Thoughts, concerns?
It's just disappointing.
I'll do it on my own podcast.
It's just very,
Jackson will
very
give his opinion.
disappointing.
He'll save his opinion on that.
That was the Tim Side podcast. Chameo breakdown game just by himself.
Jackson, were you watching it? Were you confused by why the Blues weren't attacking the Sabres there?
No.
Which part was the no? Both?
All.
I couldn't find the game. It was somewhere weird.
You couldn't find the game? It was on ESPN.
Plus.
No, it was on ESPN Plus.
Right.
So I had to have another subscription to something, and I didn't have it.
No, yesterday was like the toughest because we're going to have to deal with this when the Cardinals go on Prime. Switching over from ESPN Plus to Amazon Prime is a full commitment. You got to watch a quarter of that football game, a period of that hockey game. There's no going back and forth commercial breaks. That's a lot of buffering. That's a lot of scrolling wheels. You got
scrolling wheels.
You got to be ready to lock in. It's not like just changing channels. That move from Prime to ESPN Plus is a fickle mistress.
Well, at the 2 Fox last night, I'll let you behind the curtain. We had to. The producer, Dave, used his daughter's account to get into ESPN Plus. This is what it's come down to at the old 2 Fox. Because all these damn games, to Doug's point, to my point, are on streaming. And we're like, do we have an account for that? I don't. Oh, my daughter does. Let me text her for a password.
That's what it's gotten to. It's work. It's work. And then you worry about how many of these subscriptions do I have? Do I have Apple TV? Do I have ESPN Plus? What else do I need to watch games? It gets to be too much.
So you wanted to watch the game last night, but you couldn't access it.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So I gave up.
It was on Hulu and ESPN
Plus.
Yeah.
And you have to have a
Plus,
Hulu account, too.
That's
right. Another subscription.
That's right. So I just went to my ESPN Plus. After looking for what used to be known as Bailey's, now FanDuel.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, guess ESPN Plus. And there it was.
Well, I already get cable, and I get a lot of stations on cable, and I think that's about enough. I don't want 5 other subscriptions. I just don't. I don't want to fight it. I miss some games. I guess if it was the playoffs and the playoffs went to there, I'd do it. But for regular seasons, I don't need the fight.
Doug's prison wallet is the TMA social media correspondent. Martin, he monitors all of the TMA pages for us, and he says, get yourself some fiber internet, bro. No such thing as buffering. Do you have fiber internet, bro?
I don't think I do.
I do. It's
I got
choice.
Spectrum.
I don't have it either, but it's making that switch is not easy.
Making the switch from
streaming service to streaming service.
Streaming services.
Yeah.
You're like talking about closing out an app for a streaming service.
Closing out the ESPN app to get to Prime.
So trying to watch NFL on a Thursday night in the Blues game to go back and forth. It's not like the old days.
I agree with that.
That's one of the rubs.
I do agree with that. We just hit a channel and we were there.
Right. Apple TV is a little different. That usually works a little quicker. Prime for me is the slowest. That takes forever to get loading. And then ESPN Plus makes you sign in about 6 times, reminiscent of Bailey's. But it's different. It's a lot different than just changing channels.
Huh. Doug, what do we do?
Well, we get Dave Job's daughter to get some more accounts, and we borrow her passwords. That seems like the easy solution, the cheap one for us. Let her pay for it.
Adapt or die, Vaughn. That's from caller Buzz.
Vaughn. Yeah, well, I know I'm going to have to at some point. At some point, I guess I'll have to cut the cord if they're going to put so many games on other places. But I just don't watch enough TV, I guess, to justify all these different subscription services.
I would love to know how many Blues fans on a typical night watch the Midwest game, whether it's 50,000, 70,000, whatever that number is, and then it goes to ESPN Plus. How many people say, "Oh, I don't have it," or "I'm not even going to bother"? Does it drop off significantly? I bet it does.
Oh, I'm sure it does, yeah.
And also for the caliber of the operation at this particular moment. I mean, I think it kind of speaks volumes that they're like, let's get Sundquist out there for a double shift, not put Kyra out there and try to win it to make sure he doesn't give the puck away on it's kind of becoming a Thursday night tradition, kind of like the Cosby Show. And
must-see TV?
Must-see TV. That's right, Martin. Friends. And we'll put Sundquist out there. Then he gets the goalie interference. And then as opposed to trying to get some of that power play knocked off before overtime, just go, we'll let them mess around with the puck down there on the off chance that we would make a mistake and we don't pick up a point. That's where things are. And they talked to Sada after the game, and he's like, yeah, we got a point, and it's a step in the right direction considering we haven't been getting them. So there's the State of the Union, Doug, on November 15th. And fortunately, there's 5 months to turn it around.
Well, you just don't see much hope at this point, do you?
No!
You just don't see. You don't see 2 or 3 young guys just ready to blossom into stars that can take the team on their back and change things. Maybe they're there and we're just missing it, but right now it doesn't look too promising.
Why do you hate 39-year-old Ryan Suter getting 30-plus minutes?
I don't hate him or his minutes. I don't hate anyone.
Colin Parayko also getting 30-plus minutes.
I guess you have to.
Yeah, they do, because they had injury after injury after injury after injury. And JR deep teased it. Martin, you love him. Leo Loof, third-round pick from 2020, might be making his NHL debut out of necessity because the Blues were hit hard with injuries last night, and that's why Suter and Parayko logged so many minutes. So
that POJ went down.
Yeah, POJ.
Pierre Oliver, you can't call him Pierre, it has to be POJ. He's now out. And then Perunovic got hurt late as well.
Doug loves Foxa because he liked the sand.
He's got a lot of sandpaper in his game, Timmy. Suter played 33 minutes and 6 seconds. And I don't remember ever seeing that number on a Blues defenseman. Do you? I mean, there were times
the last time it happened was, I believe, sometime early in 2021 with Justin Falk.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Pronger and McInnes used to have all kinds of ridiculous minutes together.
There were times they would never leave the ice. They'd have 60 minutes of ice time after the game.
So that's contributing to it, along with no Robert Thomas, no Broberg.
Friend of the show.
And you already have one of your toughest road trips here with going to Boston and Carolina this week, and noon tilt, Doug, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Setting you up to watch the Bruins and Blues, and then the Tigers and Gamecocks. And then you can love what you see between the hedges. Something like 51-3, I think, is the final between Georgia and Tennessee.
Oh, gosh, no.
51-3, I think, is what they're saying it's going to be.
I don't know.
You know, the old opening cutaway on TV, you have to start with the coach every highlight. We had Drew Bannister last night. Opening cutaway. The game hasn't even started. He's got a notepad. He's writing notes. I thought he's already concerned. He saw something in the skate. He had his little notepad out. The game hadn't started. He was scribbling notes.
I think I'm going to be down to 4 defensemen.
I think he had a dossier. He was going through
a dossier. Mark Hanna sponsors Jeremy Rutherford. He is on the program on Wednesdays and takes 2-part questions, and he is a longtime sponsor of TMA. He's online at evergreenstl.com. That's It's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. If you do not have a financial advisor, I cannot give you more counsel here on something that I look back on in my 20s and say, man, what a mistake. I just didn't have anybody. And if I could go back, that is one thing I would absolutely have done differently. I also would have stayed on Propecia, but Propecia not currently.
It's a different sponsor.
Advertiser. I think they're going to sponsor the email of the day. But I would recommend Mark Hanna. He's online at 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. He's a wonderful gentleman, and he is not just going to give you a one-size-fits-all plan. He is going to listen to your goals, where you are in life, and what you are looking to do, and then it's customized for you. He is a life Sherpa. He is online at evergreenstl.com, or call him, and you'll feel better after you get off the phone with him. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Jackson, this is your day. The dossier strikes back. Joe Buck, 8 o'clock, no, 8:10. Joey Vitali, 9 o'clock.
Yep.
The Sklar Brothers in studio talking wild hogs. Gabe DeArmond also talking wild hogs as we relive the magic of an incredible win last night for Missouri basketball, playing the 364th ranked team out of 364 in college basketball.
Is that right?
That's correct.
They're the worst.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they were able to beat them, matter of fact.
Yep.
It took their measures, what they did.
Yep. I think they had 17 points at the half. If I'm not mistaken. Mississippi Valley State.
I think.
Is that right?
51 to 19 at the break.
We'll talk Missouri and South Carolina mainly. Jackson might have some questions about Dennis Gates' rotation because he's on a mission to get it down to 8 players.
Did he do a 5-5 substitution at the first break? Did you notice that?
Line shift?
Yeah, I think it was kind of like 8th grade basketball. He just... You 5. All right.
Not at St. Gabriel's, the same 5 play the whole time, and then we hang banners. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN. Uh-oh. I just asked if we had the mic drop, and Jackson and Martin looked disappointed. I can't. I mean, maybe this stuff should have stayed inside the room, Doug. I don't know. But,
no, it beats me.
But Doug, Martin is disappointed now, and I think the alliance is finally breaking up.
It's a little like Micah Parsons and Mike McCarthy. It's going public. It's getting out there. Oh, I love Jackie. Can I give a texture of the day award early?
There's a lot of choices.
I'm not happy about the layoffs, but I cannot not. It's a double negative. Can't not like you guys. You're all down to earth.
Oh,
Somebody
wow.
sent that.
I don't think I've ever been described as such. I mean, I'm as arrogant as it gets.
Yeah, I don't think it's accurate, but I'm going to take the win.
Right, that's a nice W. Oh, wow, and there it is.
We're giving that the text of the day. All right.
That was at 7:02.
Okay.
Thank you, 636.
636. This dude is a tiger, right? The Mizzou logo in the background is crazy, LOL. Doug, that's Gary Pinkel's cell phone etiquette texting in regarding Tommy Castellanos' exit speech on Instagram leaving Boston College. And he is saying that means he is going to come in and be the Missouri quarterback next year. I will short that play. If anybody wants any action, I am taking action. There is no way a guy, again, my size, who can't really throw is going to be Missouri starting quarterback.
You wouldn't think. No.
So he was fun to watch run around for Boston College, but I do not believe he will be Missouri's quarterback next year. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Might be an effective backup for somebody. If you can't throw, but you can run around and cause some problems if in a pinch.
I would imagine Missouri's going hard into the portal for the starting quarterback next year. That would be my guess. Chairman Kurt, anything new on Brady Cook? You have been our correspondent on this. This guy's got insight. He's got deep, deep pipelines into Columbia, Missouri, and the football offices.
No news to report, but I'm still fading him to play.
Okay. And the number is now 13.5. 13.5, which was the opening spread when Missouri went to Alabama before the Brady Cook question regarding his health moved the spread up to around 17 at kickoff.
You're anticipating a good game. I kind of think they're going to play well.
Nice. Fight Tiger.
I think that I'll get burned by that because I thought they'd play well in Bama. I thought they'd at least play a game.
They were hanging around them.
Yeah, they
was
only
defensively.
That's true.
Once Pine came in, I'm like, oh boy. But to Pine's credit, fourth quarter last week, fight Tiger. Jackson, you got to bet $1,000, which I know is nothing to you. But let's say you got to bet $1,000. You either give the 13.5 with the Gamecocks, or you get the 13.5 and you say fight Tiger. Where are you going?
I will be going with the Tigers.
Fight Tiger.
Drink has Beamer's number. I mean, they've played a lot of their best games have been played against South Carolina, or really good performances against South Carolina. I know it's different year to year, but there's something in me that has, sometimes you get a feeling, and they've had South Carolina's number, so I'm going Tigers.
Tim, to my point, I think they'll play well, but I think South Carolina will cover. Maybe a late touchdown. I think Mizzou will play a good game. And even if they're down by 14, it'll all be part of the plan. So I'm not worried. Now that I know at halftime.
The plan is to be down by 14?
Well, it's all part of the plan. So I think they'll play well, but maybe a late touchdown seals the spread. That's what I'm going with.
I don't know. We've watched how many games now? 9. Have they played a good game yet? Have they played one game where
Murray
you go, wow,
State,
this is a good team?
Buffalo.
Yeah.
You got to trust your eyes at some point. And when they play good teams, they just get run off the
best
field.
The passing game has looked against an SEC opponent, or if you want to include Boston College, was the fourth quarter against Oklahoma. Is stunning as that is, which is why I say the ceiling for Missouri's offense, I think, is higher with that guy, Drew Pine, fourth quarter Drew Pine, versus beat up Brady Cook. So.
And you never thought you'd say that a week ago.
No, God, when I saw Pine thrown around against Auburn or Alabama, hell no. Or even in the first half last week. I don't know what this means, Martin, but I've got a new submission for text of the day. It's from the 314. Y'all wokies got bitch smacked last week, didn't you? And then he has a laughing emoji.
Y'all wokies.
Y'all wokies got bitch smacked last week, didn't you? And then a laughing emoji. Who is our text interpreter here on the program?
I don't know.
Chairman Kurt is.
I think I might be able to take that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Chairman Kurt.
Did that come in the last couple minutes?
7:26, and your Clarkson Jewelers time check 7:28.
I think that might be poking a little fun at the picks from last week's Pick 6 segment.
But why would that be woke?
Oh, I think that word just gets thrown around all willy-nilly.
See.
All right, well, I don't get it.
Doug, what's the origin of Willy? What about willy-nilly?
The origin of willy-nilly? I don't have that for
Jackson gave me one yesterday.
Myers, do your Chuckles Marlowe right there?
Jackson used pish posh yesterday, and I really enjoyed it.
That sounded like something you'd hear at like Bush's Grove and
what, pish posh?
Yeah.
I thought that was like a normal thing. I can't see.
Of course you do. You went to Horton Watkins.
Yeah.
They're out of caviar. Oh, how pish posh. I think we'll try and trade Arenado.
Willy-nilly comes from the obsolete phrase, will I, nil I, or I am willing, I am unwilling. It's like whether one likes it or not. That's what it says it is.
Willy-nilly. Nilly.
Larry Thornton is our Mizzou insider along with Chairman Kurt, and he says, I think it takes South Carolina. Mizzou isn't very good, and them damn Gamecocks will want to run it up on Drink if they can. That's Larry Thornton.
Yeah, I would go with that.
My sense is you will have a really good idea if Missouri's got a chance within the first couple of possessions. That's what I think you're going to. That's where I am. I think this is a live bet special.
I'm going to go 30-13.
30-13 with the Gamecock
close
cover.
for a while.
All right.
I think they'll be doing good just to keep it close, just to be competitive.
That's part of the plan.
Yeah. But I think they'll lose by 20 or 25, something like that. I just haven't seen them play a good game yet. If ever a team had a soft schedule, this is it. This was the year that it could have happened. But when they play a good team, they're not competitive. They haven't been against A&M or Alabama, either one.
Why do you say that?
Because they got blown off the field both times.
Okay.
And the scores could have been worse than they were.
They tweeted out a video. The trophy has been packed up and ready to go.
The Mayor's Trophy.
The Mayor's Trophy has been packed up and ready to go. I felt like it was a concession video. Here you go. Just take it. But I guess you have to have it in the building, Doug.
Well, that would be
so
fair.
you can play for the Mayor's Cup.
I'll tell you what makes Doug angry as a Hornet is they don't do the uniform reveal videos anymore.
Yeah, it's because we made fun of it, you think?
I wonder if they didn't like the feedback. Seriously, like if people were, because why not? Why would you stop doing that?
They did it going into the Texas A&M game. Now, Doug says that didn't go well. I don't know if everybody agrees with that.
Yeah.
You watch the game?
I did, and that's how I came to my conclusion that they got gobsmacked.
So no uniform reveal. Jackson, you will let us know what they're going to be wearing. What will it be?
Black helmet,
Okay.
block M, white jersey, black pants. That's what I think they'll do.
Okay.
They might. Now I'm
Block
arguing
M
with myself.
superstitious because the other day.
I think it could be an all-white situation, too.
Stormtrooper?
They don't really. The stormtroopers have kind of gone away. They always include yellow in the uniform. The true stormtrooper has no yellow. It's just white and black.
And the school colors, of course, are black and yellow. Wiz Khalifa, 2010,
Black
right?
and
Yeah,
gold.
100%.
Jackson, when you put your hoodie up like that, does that say you might be into some shady things?
No, I'm
later?
trying.
yeah, what's going
I'm
on?
trying to block the rays.
If you're watching on YouTube, there's to watch Jackson.
There does seem to be a
go behind
solution to the problem.
Yeah.
We have curtains.
It can always be taken care of in the
Draw.
break.
Let's just have Timmy draw the blinds. Doug, you probably shouldn't do it. Let Timmy do it.
Yeah, that
He'll do
works.
it then.
Thanks, Tim.
Tim has drawn the blind. Although he left a little crack
He left
there.
a crack.
That's
The little
fine.
Timmy's crack is now
Timmy's
staring,
crack. Who wants that text
staring
name?
right at
Who wants the
Jackson.
crack itself? Be honest with you.
Staring right at you. Left
Is it still?
you left a giant crack just for Jackson. You did.
That's fine.
This guy's
So
defeated
the
today.
hoodie's
Something
gonna
happened.
stay up.
Is it Stephen Wildwood's mic drop? Is that the thing that's got you?
No, I got it. I have it. I just got to listen to it in the break.
Okay.
Is it the critically acclaimed Wild Hogs and then hearing that it was approved by 14% of the critics on Rotten Tomatoes that has you down? What is it?
There's a lot of groups thinking that, they see other reviews and they're hating on it. That's why goodorbad.com cuts out all of the red tape.
Martin, you ought to invest. I
I'm going
invested.
to go to Good or Bad. I've not visited of late.
Well, it's available on GoDaddy, but that's another thing. Like
That's a whole nother thing.
We're not buying it until we get enough. We need another.
When we go into our fourth round of funding, we're
It
going to buy the
doesn't
domain.
exist.
I need an angel investor desperately.
The domain goodorbad.com is available for sale.
How much?
It's probably like $15.
I honestly thought it was a thing. Is it not a site?
No, much like when you write in the dossier, it's kind of a.
It's not.
It's
I
kind of a
really
goof.
thought it was a
Are
thing.
you going to buy it? Are you going to squat on Jackson's business?
Goodorbad.com is available.
Yeah, if someone
What are you
bought it,
waiting
I'd
for?
work for them essentially. So.
All right, here's the deal. I'll give them an extra $100,000. We'll go to goodorbad.com. You can call. We'll put Sladen at Midnight on the website. And then Hadley will run the website. We'll take gift cards for payment. Goodorbad.com is available.
Martin's going to acquire it, and that is going to really blow up this business.
We won't have any advertising. That's okay. Tim, that's okay. We've got goodorbad.com. Now, Dino could just call me back. Goodorbad.com is available.
Jackson, I mean, that makes me wonder if I'm ever going to see $1 in return on this investment.
But you're not going to lose anything, and that's what I think is important.
Why don't you go for it? Why don't you get this domain and actually do something silly with it and see what happens?
I've had a couple people reach out for some
Who are these guys?
intelligent folks.
Venture capital guys?
Well, guys who know what the deal is.
Okay.
That was his producer Joe S.
That was producer Joe.
As it gets.
Yeah, like-minded individuals.
Like-minded individuals. All right, you can contact Jackson to invest in goodorbad.com. Might have just met a roadblock as Martin acquired the website and is now sitting on it.
For safekeeping.
It's like when we started up Sound Story, and I went to acquire soundstory.com, somebody had already bought it. Not because we had started the business yet, but because, they just buy names that they think might turn into businesses. And I reached out to the owner, and they said they'd sell it to me for $15,000.
Oh, that's a good deal.
Oh, gosh.
So we went with mysoundstory.com.
Yeah, I have contingency plans.
Oh, wow.
I won't share them.
Yeah, because then these listeners would go buy them.
I have contingency
plans.
All right.
I remember reading
Jackie's good or
stories
bad?
when the internet first became a big deal. Guys got NFL.com and MLB.com and NBA.com, sold it for quite a bit.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I think the Rams ran to this and they moved to L.A. because they were Rams NFL. There's no like Rams, L.A. Rams.
95, there wasn't an L.A. Rams.
Well, I think there was, but I don't think people had the Twitter handle. That's what I'm saying.
The Twitter handle.
Twitter handle, not the website.
Got it. All right. Hey, Jeff Lottman knows about real estate, whether it be web real estate or actual real estate for you to buy or sell for your home. Go online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, that's Jeff Lottman's website. He's with Compass Realty. If you were looking to buy or sell a home, that's where Jeff can help you because he's been doing it in the St. Louis area now for 2 decades with $500 million in sales. He has the connections. If you are looking at land, you're looking at a home, you are looking to sell yours with Compass Realty, they have connections all throughout the world for people, whether they are moving to St. Louis or if you're moving out of St. Louis and you want to get into a new market, that's where Jeff Lottman can help you. Plus, it's the #1 luxury real estate agency in the St. Louis area, and luxury is not about a price point, it's about experience, and it's about Jeff's experience. No upfront costs if you want to go with Compass Concierge, which allows you to take your home buying or selling experience to the next level, whether you're preparing to sell or want to enhance your new space. Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront cost. Need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging. Compass Concierge has you covered. Go to JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lottman, Compass Realty. Joe Buck with us at 8:10. The Sklar Brothers in studio at 9:30. We'll also be joined by Joey Vitali at 9 o'clock. You think he's in Boston or Buffalo? What do you think, Martin? Boston or Buffalo?
I think they're in Boston.
I think that's right. For a day game tomorrow?
Get there. No reason to stick around Buffalo.
I think that's an hour flight at the most. Buffalo to Boston?
Yeah, at the most.
So we'll talk it over with Joey Vitali, and then the Colonel, Gabe DeArmond, will be with us. And Doug will ask him about the uniforms, and Gabe will get irritated. Okay. That's something that will happen at 10:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose in overtime last night to the Buffalo Sabres. Final score of 4-3. Off today. Blues have an afternoon game tomorrow, taking on the Boston Bruins. Pre-game at 11 a.m. right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at noon. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Krupin. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. You're going to stick around because we have Joe Buck at 8:10. Joey Vitali on the Blues loss last night. Good chance we'll talk about his Christmas party, which Martin and Jackson have invited themselves to.
Oh, have they?
We'll get an update on where that stands. Doug, you going to invite yourself?
Probably not. That's bad form, isn't it?
That's Martin. He did it.
That's right. Jackson's going to be a reindeer.
Yep.
That's right.
A slutty reindeer, too, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. Prancer, that's what I want. Or Dancer. Maybe Vixen.
A lot of great choices out there.
Yeah.
And then the Sklar Brothers in studio. Yep. And Gabe DeArmond at 10:15, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today. There's the dossier. You gonna criticize that dossier?
No, it's very deep.
We welcome people to call in. Kerber and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And that is how you can get involved on the show. Chairman Kurt takes the calls. You can also just leave a mic drop via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. Schaefer Door Company is online at schaeferdoor.com. That's Jason Gosrow, and he's a wonderful gentleman. He'll take great care of you. And it looks like our Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, Chairman Steve in Wildwood, has left a mic drop, Jackson, and you had a chance to review this, and this has gotten your okay?
Yeah, it's good to go.
All right, Doug, here you go.
Okay, hit the lever pail.
I mean, it's a new show. I'll give it a shot. A little different than what I'm used to. Stop it!
Oh.
McKernan! I liked you better when the old man would ramble on and all you did was return emails, Google porn stars, and not talk so much. What's going on in there? The Cardinals suck. The Blues suck. Mizzou can't win a big game, and we're getting updates about the damn NBA. Pale! It was funny the first 500 times you did that. Now stop it!
It's fading.
Hi, Doug. How are you? And Martin, why don't you do a live shot in the middle of Broadway on a Sunday night when the Dodge Chargers are racing up and down the street? I've had enough of you and your phony little imitations.
Oh.
You think you're so damn funny? Give Mandy Murphy my best. Tired of it!
Oh, wow.
Gosh.
So many different emotions in one mic drop.
Yeah.
So is it an alternating personality, or is it two people?
He's not happy.
That's one chairman.
One chairman.
That's one chairman.
With 4 or 5 houses. He was in Dogtown for a while.
Yeah. And then he acquired
Wildwood.
a property right across from Biggie's on the south side where he would watch people get carryout.
Mm-hmm. And now he's at the DeWitt's Carlton.
Yep. Now I think about it, I might go to Biggie's tonight and get carryout. Maybe I'll see Chairman
People
Steve.
are going to want to know what time, Tim.
Yeah.
What time will...
Paparazzi will be out there. You ever get that steak sandwich at Biggie's, Doug? Did you get the waffle fries?
I don't think I've ever been to Biggie's.
Watch this. What about the waffle fries?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been there.
So was that recorded in St. Genevieve? Where is that audio from? It's Steve in Wildwood.
Mm-hmm. Doug, do you know where he recorded?
It sounded like he was in his car.
It does sound like a vehicle.
Yeah.
So he's not happy with the show.
No. Steve is the king. That's from the bastard James Hahn. Okay. That dude sucks. That's from the Loomster. At least we won't have any more mic drops due to Steve's aneurysm. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
He may have been having one there.
Rackham, lols. You like that when somebody types in lols,
No.
L-O-L-Z?
No, I don't
They
care.
got waffle fries, man. They got waffle fries, man.
It's a nice drop. Producer Joe is listening to the show. Martin?
Love Joe.
Let's see what he has to say. I saw Steve last Friday at Biggie's. There you go.
Oh,
what about? I mean, that's like the Spago of St. Louis. If producer Joe and Chairman Steve are hanging out there, who else was there?
And it's a sandwich shop.
It's a restaurant-y.
Yeah, it's a restaurant.
Okay, I've never been there.
Really?
Sorry, I've missed
David
it.
Price? He's great people.
Oh, that's a good picture.
It's for the Red Sox.
Yeah, Cardinals.
Dodgers.
But this is a different David Price.
I bet Charlie Brennan's there right now. Waiting to get in.
Yep.
Okay.
Great pizza, steak sandwich.
I've heard about it for years.
And what's the thing that you like, Jackson?
Oh, the Davies special. It's
the Davies special.
It's like chicken tenders with this hot mustard.
Ooh, Cats and dogs, cats and dogs, cats and dogs.
I'm really into hot mustard.
Clip that off. And we don't kink shame Doug, so if a guy's into hot mustard.
Hot mustard.
Some people like things, and some people don't like other things.
That's
Was
true.
producer Joe there with Chairman Steve, or they just ran into each other?
I don't know on that.
I would bet it's a run-in situation.
Think it was a run-in?
That's a
Probably.
run-in. Okay.
How's at Prod Joe feel about tomorrow? Because I don't love Georgia. That's from Alan Dadeville, who is a huge Georgia fan. I think when you're coming off of a loss and you're a passionate fan of a college team, you are thinking things are a little worse than they are, just like if you're coming off of a win and you're a fan of a college team. I think you might think things are a little bit better than they are. My core reason for loving Georgia is, number one, I don't think the talent in the trenches goes away, but number two, I just think Tennessee's overrated. That's my core reason.
Okay.
But I look forward to my DMs tomorrow night around 10 o'clock. Well, and I think I actually will be out tomorrow night. Usually I'd be in bed. And then people will be holding me to task if
You hitting
Tennessee
the club
covers.
scene tomorrow night?
First grade parents party. That's about as exciting as it gets.
Doug, we didn't get invited to that either.
No, but we could just show up, I guess.
Yeah.
You got a kid in class? No, I just thought I'd hang out. Drop into my DMs, bro.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood says, I ran into Joe. He was with Jenkins. Martin?
Joe and Jenkins, overnights.
Who is the cute boy in the shadows behind Martin? That's from Big Tuft.
Kurt.
That's Chairman Kurt. He fields the phone calls.
People said they can see Kurt over my shoulder. I cannot see Kurt.
Oh, yeah, he's back there. He's lurking.
You can see him in both mine and Martin's camera shot.
The charts and graphs are still here that KG did the other day.
That is the pathway
The path.
from Missouri to the college football playoff with a stop in Atlanta, win the SEC championship. And then Missouri would be, I guess, the number 2 seed overall, winning the SEC.
Yep.
And that would set up a matchup, Doug, with the number 7 seed Indiana Hoosiers, I guess.
Okay.
In the Peach Bowl.
You guys are just absolutely dreaming.
What?
Did you see the post game? There, I said it. Playoffs.
Okay.
Drink said it.
All right.
Bowl
All right.
bound.
I guess I've been watching a different team than you guys have.
I showed Kerry Davis the graphs and charts.
Oh, yes, as an ILL guy, what does he think?
Well,
I'm sure
showed
he's
him.
buying in.
Yeah, I was like, take a look. Kerry He goes, yeah, that's something. And
Sound like an endorsement
He
to
wasn't
me.
appreciative.
yeah, he didn't seem too impressed by it. But
There's a lot of reliance on War Eagle for things to happen, and that's a core issue.
Wow.
Don't be surprised, Martin, if Arkansas snags Texas tomorrow. They hate the Longhorns at Arkansas, the natural state.
Is the game in Arkansas?
Aye. 11 o'clock kick, though. That hurts.
Is there anything you've seen of Mizzou football yet that makes you think that this team deserves to play for the national title?
Shut up, Buffalo.
Yeah.
Anything at all?
No.
No.
But that doesn't mean it can't happen. You know, what have you done for me lately? If they come out and show out tomorrow, then that changes things.
You know, if you played that Brady Cook interview that Frank had that was available Sunday night, you'd feel a little more
This alliance
optimistic.
is now, it's turned into tension.
Yeah, it really has. You know?
So who's in your alliance now, Jackson?
It seems like I'm a lone wolf.
Kerry Davis?
Gary Davis.
No.
Jamie Rivers.
No.
But Tanner.
Tanner might be on my side.
There you go. All right.
Marshy's on my
Producers
Well, you're
guys.
attracted to Marsh, but that doesn't mean he's
side. No.
What in
I
the
think
world?
no. I don't. I am not attracted to Marsh. That's my HR.
But you
disclaimer.
find him attractive.
I can identify that he's an attractive man.
Can you? Anyone on this
And a
day
good
that's
dude.
attractive?
All three of yous and Kurt.
Okay.
Especially you, Doug.
Okay.
Wow, how about that? That got a little flirtatious.
Well,
Now I'm
it's
feeling
so
better.
folksy with that, with the button down, with sweater over it. Yeah, like Uncle Doug.
Uncle Doug. My experience at grade school parent parties is they always turn into a drunk dad puking, a couple fighting, and that one dad firing every line in his quiver at the hot mom. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, giving me a little preview of tomorrow night for me.
This is a first grade meeting?
I can confirm all that.
Oh, is that right?
Really?
Yeah, back in
I thought you were without child.
Well, in my teaching days, I got invited to a couple of the grade
Really?
level parent parties. I got invited to bartend at one of them. And about
Really?
Yeah.
Like Coming to America.
Yeah, and about 10 minutes into my bartending session, they said, why don't you just step on the other side of the bar, come hang out with us? And it got a little frisky.
Really?
Frisky?
Absolutely.
A first grade parents party.
There was it was around the holiday season.
Thank you. That was the Jackson was about to dump out.
And
of
there
it.
was a rob your neighbor gift exchange, and they told me, bring a gift, the dirtier the better.
Oh, for first grade?
And I brought in.
What school was this?
I'm not going to say that.
I think you just chose wisely.
I brought in a inflatable.
Ooh.
The teacher's bringing blow-up dolls.
What in the world?
And they advertised it as having
happen at Tillman?
three lifetime. Not lifetime.
Lifetime Fitness. A hotbed of family
3
law.
holes. It had 3 holes.
Oh.
3? And they opened it, and
I've
then the
seen
next
that.
4 presents were not dirty at all, and I thought, I've been had.
I like
Yeah,
a
they
little
get a
like
little crazy.
hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
What kind of invite is it when they say, can you come to the party and can you bartend? Is that really an invite? Or is
Everybody
it,
the Spanish stage is going to be part
Well, that's what Cleo McDowell did with Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall at McDowell's. And that's what happened at Chairman Kurt at this particular institution of higher learning.
And bring a dirty gift. Because it's, after all, a first grade party.
Hey, Jackson, can you come to my holiday party and then also do the valet work?
I would do that if I get tipped out.
But doesn't that seem a little bit insulting?
I like to drive other people's cars. It's kind of fun.
Hey, Tim, can you swing by the house? We're having a get-together, but do you mind doing the dishes?
Yeah, that's
at Pietro's on the south side.
That's different.
Hey, Tim, the Warsonwood Wackos text is correct, plus all the dads trying to sell the moms on getting a Sibian. That's from Big Tough. That's what goes on at these parties?
I don't think so.
I thought I'd just have a little nip of the cooking cherry and watch some Georgia, Tennessee, and my bankroll on the line, and now it turns out I need to bring a blow-up doll?
Can you record some audio secretly while you're there?
I think so. Yeah.
And the principals of the school think this is a good idea?
I don't believe that the principal, I think it's the parents. I don't think teachers are there.
Oh,
Chairman Kurt
okay.
notwithstanding.
No.
It's not
Are
an
you doing
official
squats?
school event. Me? No, I'm just sitting.
No.
Oh.
Chairman Kurt. I looked back and he started doing squats.
What's the question?
You were doing squats.
I was making an important call. I was just going down to the lower level to do so.
Why?
What the hell's going on?
Chairman's indisposed.
I don't know what that means.
What does this mean?
So
Doug?
we can't hear you as well? I'm trying to block out the audio?
Yeah. What was the question?
Are you going private with a caller?
Let my boy lock in.
I think he's on Seattle radio.
He's doing Mitch in the Morning with Joe. 7:52 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Joe Buck going to join us at 8:10, and Martin has to ask him about Indiana football and Tony La Russa's voice.
Those were Joe's guidelines. I don't really know what he's expecting, and I don't really know what that's going to sound like, but that's what he has requested.
Then we're going to interrupt the conversation with Joe 4 minutes in to play our drops of the week. Joe may or may not stick around. And then we'll have Joey Vitali at 9 o'clock. The Sklar Brothers in studio at 9:30. Gabe DeArmond at 10:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. You can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL and interact in the chat. Or you can go to the 101 ESPN chat. Chairman Kurt says the 101 ESPN chat is Cottleville and the TMASTL chat is Webster Grove. So you pick your jurisdiction. Okay. That's up to you, but you can watch the program. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage, new sponsor here on TMA. I got a chance to meet with Stewie and his son a couple weeks ago, and I walked out of the meeting going, okay, I don't know why anybody would go anywhere else. So if you are looking to buy a home or if you are looking to refinance, Stewie is who you want to work with. And number one, the biggest reason, customer service. Here's his cell phone number. Yeah, I'm talking about his real cell phone number. And he was telling me his stories. Like, people think that I just give out about this number and I don't call back. They leave a voicemail and I call them right back and they can't believe it. Well, he really does. 314-324-4440. 314-324-4440. The mortgage industry continues to fluctuate. There's not a doubt that the remainder of 2024, it's going to be quite interesting when it comes to rates. If you're looking at buying or selling a home, or if you are looking to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge and he will provide you with the best customer experience. Simply call his cell phone at 314-324-4440. And I know you're going to have an honest, educational, and fun conversation with Stewie. He'll be able to fill you in on the bagel loan, which is all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. Stewie is all about the customer and making sure you are taken care of. Your home is the biggest investment you make in your life. Take the time and talk to Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Call him on his cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan.
Yeah.
Hot like fire. Outfield. Outfield.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. I want you to hear the breakdown.
Oh, gosh.
It's kind of like she
I'm rolling balls again. It's unbelievable.
It's kind of like she recorded it with the music playing 25 feet away, and it's just one microphone catching it all.
Yeah.
Is it a tribute to Rasmus, the whole thing?
Sure is.
That's correct.
Friend of the skipper.
Jackson, can you save me a phone call and just let that guy who calls in know who sings this and what it's called?
I gotcha.
Oh, Steven. Yeah, he might be downloading that one as well. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. That's Chairman Kurt. He mans the Kerber and Thompson phone lines. You can email in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today, or just text it. Be a friend of the feather. 314-399-9646. Joe Buck's going to join us on the Kerber and Thompson phone lines at 8:10. Doug, are you going to be watching the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight tonight?
I'm going to try to see it, yeah.
What?
Yeah. I was just reading that I didn't realize it was at the Dallas football stadium. They're expecting 100,000 people.
How about that? Martin, will you be watching us?
I might try and see that. It's on Netflix. That's easy enough. You don't have to buy it separately. It's just part of the Netflix deal. I'm a big Mike Tyson guy. People think he'll get knocked out by this guy.
Really?
Most people
Are there odds on this? There are. What do we got, Chairman?
Give me a moment. I saw him this morning. I think Paul's the favorite. Tyson was a slight dog.
Mike Tyson's the underdog.
I just can't see Mike Tyson getting beat up. I know he's older and that Paul is a legit boxer apparently, but I just feel like Mike Tyson is like the baddest guy on the planet still.
He did an interview with whom here? Who is this? Was it like Costas?
No, I think probably a 13-year-old girl did like a TikTok interview with the former heavyweight champ, and doesn't matter who's interviewing him, he's going to be Mike Tyson.
Oh.
Well, in your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody, you think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me?
Oh, come on, Iron Mike.
My kids, maybe the grandkids. Who the cares?
The best part is thanks for sharing that. He just
needs to be clipped off and used as a drop. I mean, it's just...
I can insert the drops of the week right now.
Wow. He said yesterday that he plans to bring a level of violence to the ring that he was uncomfortable talking to his younger children about.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
What time do you think the stormy combatants will enter the squared circle?
Late, I'm sure. They're using bigger gloves than normal and shorter rounds.
Oh, that's what we did with producer Joe's fights.
Yeah. If Paul can keep it going for a while, you would think that 58-year-old Mike Tyson would get tired after a couple rounds. You would think. Just avoid getting hit by him for a few rounds, and then Paul will probably win.
They're expecting walk-in time of about 10 p.m. Central.
Ooh, I'm usually hopped up on pills by then on a Friday night.
I would also take later than that.
You go over that.
That means about 11:30.
It's like a Blues playoff puck drop. Go over. What do we have, Chairman Kurt, on these odds?
Jake Paul's a favorite at -200. You can get Tyson at +160.
Wow, Doug, maybe you want to put a few hundred on that?
Well,
and then you take that money, and then we enjoy Georgia and Tennessee in our love game tomorrow.
Okay. Wouldn't it be kind of sad to see Tyson take a beating?
Yes. I just can't see. I mean, even if he loses, I just can't see him getting beat up. He does have the least masculine voice for somebody that's such a badass.
And he did lose several fights there at the end of his career when he was much younger.
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting him a +190 on my high school bookie website.
Yeah. It's odd that this is what boxing has become. It's now a celebrity-driven sport. we get a heavyweight championship fight, nobody knows who's in it.
UFC kind of dethroned it in terms of combat sports.
Yeah.
UFC is much more popular
And
now.
they took boxing completely off of free TV, so you never see the guys. You don't know the guys.
Yeah, you can barely get any combat sports on free TV.
Yeah.
This Netflix thing, just having that's kind of unheard of in a way.
But way back when, 60s, 70s, 80s, boxing on TV was kind of a big thing on the weekends. So you got to know who the fighters were.
And they were among the biggest celebrities. Sugar Ray Leonard, you know, Marvin Hagler, Hitman Hearns. Those guys were household names. And there's the equivalent now in those weight classes. You wouldn't know them if they're sitting right here.
No. Do any of us know who the heavyweight champion is? Is it still Tyson Fury?
I think.
One of the Klitschko's?
That used to be one of the biggest names in sports in the world.
Yeah.
Who the heavyweight champion is, and now you don't even know who they are.
That Tyson reply is gold. Truth bombs. The kid learned a good life lesson. That's Sharon in Clayton, who Doug goes to Blues games with, and you look forward to seeing them take on the Wild next Tuesday when they return home.
I don't go to the games with her. I've seen her a couple times.
She likes the truth bombs.
She listens to the show, and she was nice enough to say she listened to the show.
Friend of the show, Sharon in Clayton. Joe Buck's a friend of the show, and he is going to be joining the program here in a matter of moments. Mark Milton's a friend of the show, and he's at stltaxlawyer.com.
And he's going to get you out of trouble if you have any issues with the IRS. It happens sometimes. Maybe you don't pay the right amount, and you start to get fined, and then things back up on you. You have unfiled tax returns maybe, or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, anything like that. Maybe you're even facing an IRS criminal investigation, and the godforsaken tax man is coming after you. Well, you got somebody in your corner, and that somebody would be Mark Milton, the STL tax lawyer. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. And now Mark helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. If you have any IRS problems at all, you know who to call, you know who to talk to. That would be Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. He was just recently named one of the nation's super lawyers. This guy is it. If any kind of tax issue at all, that's the name you need to know, Mark Milton. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Joe Buck joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines on the other side of our commercial break. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN, and you can watch on the TMA, STL, and 101 YouTube channels. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls via the Kerber and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Martin, right now, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program the great Joe Buck. Unbelievable. Oh. Have you ever heard a gallery?
Not this crowd, no.
Maybe Tiger on number 9 in 2018 on that Sunday? Maybe
that's about it. Yeah, the Freeze home run, the crowd came to life.
Probably that would be it. The Chalice, Pat Maroon's goal.
God, I love your little subtle flexes when Tim, you just throw in the year, just making the rest of us feel so stupid because we don't remember these years.
Look at that, Doug. Joe's on board now. See,
sure.
Take that, Doug.
Another lemming.
It's just annoying. Remember that in 2006 when Aaron Miles hit a triple into the corner?
That was 2007.
Yeah, okay.
What inning? If you really knew your stuff, Tim, you'd know the inning.
Joe's right. It's the 7th. Okay. Joe was exactly right on that.
What was the count?
It's 3-1. You got to do some show prep, too.
That's true.
Hey, how was Bloomington?
Bloomington was great. It was good. I had not. Now, my daughter went there, so I hadn't been back for, I guess, 6 years since she graduated, but I hadn't really been back as a, little frat boy with all my frat boy friends for 35 years. So I got to, mixed in and amongst the people that I used to share pledge class with, get hazed by, and it was just a good time was had by all.
Was football a thing when you were? I mean, did people go to the games? I know it's such a basketball school. What was the football vibe? Was Trent Green there when you were there?
I like Trent.
Yeah, no, they were actually pretty good.
Okay.
It was one of the few stretches where they were decent. Trent Green was the quarterback. Running back Anthony Thompson.
Yeah.
Bill Mallory was the head coach. So they were decent, but not what this team has become under Signetti, which is just crazy to turn it around that fast. I guess it's the positive for the NIL and the transfer portal and everything else that's kind of, to me, changed the whole feel of college, big-time college athletics. But for a dead program that just was going nowhere, to get a full stadium against Michigan and then win and have a game against Ohio State in another week and make, alums like me who paid very little attention to the football team prior to this year bother to watch is a huge deal.
And despite a 10-0 record and this great offense, there are still some doubters who are thinking, well, it's Indiana. They can't be a real championship contender. Do you think they are? Do you think they can play with anybody?
I think they're really well coached. Troy and I, we've kind of made it a running joke on Monday Night Football because he's obviously captain UCLA. And, when they had little flashes, I had to hear about the Bruins. Well, now the Hoosiers are good, and he's watched. And I really kind of defer to him. He's like, I'm telling you, they are really well coached. The way they come off the line, the way the defense plays, their special teams are good. Yeah, I think they've got a chance. And Aikman said it the other day, so I'll draft behind him, saying there's nothing that says they can't win the whole thing, and that would be one of the great sports stories in a long time. I'm not saying they're going to do that, but to even be in that conversation, get in that playoff, I think would be incredible.
Joe Buck with us here, Kerber and Thompson phone lines 101 ESPN. Have you gotten a chance to talk with Kurt Signetti at all?
Yeah, I met him on the field. Well, twice. He Zoomed into our meeting on a Zoom call, I would say a month and a half ago when they got off to a 4-0 or 5-0 start. And we'd been talking about him a lot. And he was kind of like a surprise mystery guest for our Monday morning Zoom meeting that we have prior to a game, and talk to him that way. And then he wanted to meet me on the field prior to the Michigan game, and I said, I don't really want to bother him. I'm sure he's got much more important things to do. No, he wants to meet you. And I went down on the field with my roommate and pledge brother, Robert Minkler, and out to the middle of the field we walked. And I met him, and he was awesome. I think he's got that very serious side But I think he's also got that side to him that's kind of playful, and I think there's a little bit of an act going in a way with the media where he wants to come off as kind of Bear Bryant, but I think he's also funny and said some stuff to me about Michigan and about the upcoming game that I won't share, but it was refreshing to hear a coach be honest about that day's opponent as opposed to what I typically get leading into a Monday night game.
Tim, I'm concerned that Monday Night Football is stealing our surprise guest element with their Zoom calls.
Yeah, Monday Night Football has always kind of ripped this show off.
Yeah, I think there might be. We have a. Joe,
I'd like to apologize on behalf of all the people who've worked at Monday Night Football since Dandy Don and Howard Cosell. I know they were big fans of this show, too.
Joe, has Calvin May ever zoomed in on your Monday morning meeting?
Not yet.
Okay, because we had him as a surprise for the fellas.
He didn't say no. He said not yet.
Yeah, yet.
Next week, maybe.
Pay attention, Mark. Do you find yourself emotionally invested now? Like if they were to lose last week, would that have really brought you down? Or if they were to lose next week against Ohio State, kind of like I can have a bad day if Missouri loses. And maybe at this point in my life, that's pathetic, but that's where I am. Do you find yourself getting in that leverage?
And it's sad. It scares me. It's where I was. It's where I've been at different points in my life when I was a child. And, you know, my day was made if the I would wake up in the morning and my immediate thought would be, did the Cardinals win or lose yesterday or last night? And if the answer was they won, I was in a good mood. And if the answer was they lost, I was sad. And then about the age of 13, I got on the Cardinal charter and watched whoever the closer was at that time, let's say Bruce Sutter, having given up 9 home runs to Sandberg, and I'm crying in my chocolate milk. And those guys get on the charter, middle seat goes down, cards come out, meal money's flipped onto the flip down chair, and they're playing cards and having a grand old time. And I'm thinking, these guys should be crying. They just lost. Why do I care more than they care? Mm-hmm. And then you realize it kind of drums the fandom out of you. But you know, the Blues winning the Cup, I was like a little child, and I'm feeling that way about Indiana because it's the one thing I've been able to kind of latch onto here. I got there the semester after they last won the college basketball national championship, thinking I was walking into title after title once I arrived on campus, and I'm still waiting for the first since Keith Smart hit it from the baseline.
Joe, how about year 3 in the booth, Monday Night Football, you and Troy? I mean, when you made that move, there had to be some trepidation. It feels like, in the end, it was like the perfect spot for both of you, the perfect venue. And I'm sure early on there were nerves, but does it feel to you real comfortable now?
I refuse to answer this question unless I'm asked it by Tony LaRussa.
Good for you.
We kind of talked about this off air, and I said I didn't know if Joe was being serious. And
hey, he set his terms.
Mm-hmm. It's just a real tough call, man. This guy, he in Montana up there. It's just I've been watching you and Joe do those games, and I get real pro like Montana next to you. I think you're riding his coattails, man, and it's about time you step out on your own.
Very nice. Thanks. Yeah, it's been a nice move. I've enjoyed it. Yes. Did I have trepidation, Tony? I'm sure. Like when you moved from the A's to the Cardinals in '96, was that, Tim?
Oh boy, was that the off season after '95, Doug?
I think it was '96.
It's a real shame, man. The show's never been really known.
Homework. I'm sure you had to deal with making out a lineup. And I remember, Tony, when I was on a Cardinal caravan with you and some of your coaching staff, and I remember you saying that, who wants to see a pitcher hit? I mean, everybody wants to see a DH. And then shortly thereafter, maybe a month in, we had a talk. And you said, you know what? It's a more exciting way to manage, more exciting brand of baseball. But now all that's gone with the DH in both leagues. So I'm sure you're watching, thinking, man, I could manage right now.
Yeah, it's just an opportunity, man. You just pull a lot of levers. You're in the dugout, man. People want to see the manager manage. That's why they buy a ticket. So it was just a good opportunity, man. Got like the band, man. Keyboard, got to have him. Got a drummer. Just really, the thing about the early days of Sticks, man, it all came together. You don't release an album with Babe unless you really, really worked hard as a group. That's the beauty of baseball.
Melding into this is like LaRussa Shannon.
LaRussa Shannon.
LaRussa Shannon. I disagree.
I'm having a tough time following it.
No, it was all coming together. Like the band was all coming together.
Like Robbie Robertson in the band?
No, just a band, like Sticks.
Oh, a band.
So it all came, Joe, it all came together, the whole ensemble.
Now I'm getting it. Thank you. It's I forgot what we were talking about.
I did too.
Don't you have some drops you want to play for me?
Thank you. Yeah, Jackson, you were booked at 8:10, very specific, knowing there was no chance in hell we'd be ready at 8 o'clock. And then Jackson had the drops of the week scheduled at 8:15. And so I guess we were just going to say, hold on a second, Joe, we've got to go to the drops of the week. And I guess that's what we're going to do, Martin. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
We're gonna do.
Yeah, if Jackson's fine. All right, Joe, settle in, enjoy this, and you can also use this on Monday Night Football.
Morning After. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you guys drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off.
Clip that off.
Did you know when you joined the show that you'd be using your tongue this much?
A lot of tongue work recently.
And it was Dad's weekend at Mizzou, which is unfair to the stepdads.
Yeah, I'm really crazy about Oakland Funk.
Yeah, so if you guys hear a thump, just call over to Siteman's. I'm on the 8th floor and just have them paddle me. I don't know what we're doing here.
Doug, you got to get points.
Well, points are precious.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
The online discourse about sports is, honestly, it's pretty terrible.
Uncle Moose Knuckle is correct. Welcome to the dry bed.
Do they have a stepdad's weekend?
Stop kink shaming. That's a bad question.
Well, he's just implying that you like to be spanked, and we don't kink shame, so that's...
That was going to be our little secret.
Cat's out of the bag.
That was Drops of the Week.
Gotta feel good about that. I'm glad Joe got a chance to hear that.
This is what we do for a living.
Yeah, how does that make you guys feel?
Not good.
Tough look in the mirror, Joe. Yeah. Tough look in the mirror.
Hey, I heard Tom Hart in there. I heard Andy Krupin. I heard Robert Thomas. I feel like it was a real legit lineup, man. Legit. A little thunder in the two-hole there.
Some of it taken out of context, the part about using your tongue and everything.
All of it.
Yeah, that was it's been a hell of a week. I'm so glad I could be here to wrap it up with you.
Yeah.
You got the Sklar Brothers coming in at 9:30. You know those boys?
I sure do.
Yeah.
I sure do. They look similar.
Well, they are similar.
They do indeed. They do indeed. Hey, can I ask you a Cardinal question? Do you mind if I fire one at you?
Is Joe taking questions?
I don't know if you are taking questions, but I know you're a passionate Cardinal fan. What do you think about all that's doing or really kind of not doing this offseason?
Yeah, it's just a weird feeling. It's like they're sitting it out. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to feel. I get it on the one hand, and on the other, as just a fan now, it's like, what are we just checking out of the off season? And I don't know. I can't wait to see what this team looks like when they take the field opening day 2025. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to feel.
I don't know if they're going to use that soundbite in the marketing campaign, but then I'm kind of confused as to if you are going to go
Cardinal baseball sitting this one out.
2025.
Who's left?
Sitting this one out. We'll see in 2026. I just don't really understand
Pack your bags, guys.
What the strategy is, because in a way they're keeping a couple guys who are high priced and Contreras and Gray, but then they're parting ways with others and not really participating in trying to improve in the short term. I just don't know what the financial state of the organization is if they're so panicked that they are in sit it out mode.
Yeah, they don't share their financials with me, obviously. So
I do get
I'm
them.
sure they do with you guys, but I just sit over here and I'm waiting for the hot stove league to fire up.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get much here except for an Arenado trade or maybe a Helsley trade.
It'll just be that clicking sound before the Flames hit. It's like.
Oh, that's a good sound effect.
But there's no. He's saying the stove's not kicking in,
right?
Yes, exactly. You're waiting for the Flames. You're waiting. The starter is clicking, but there's no flame.
Mm-hmm. I have an electric
drop
range
for next week.
Another draw. And then, unfortunately, the Blues aren't exactly looking like it's happening this year either.
Yeah. No, it's. I watched last night. I was flipping back and forth between one streaming service and another.
So Doug couldn't find the game last night.
Yeah, I checked out.
Yeah, if you're trying to get your Commanders and Eagles game, and then you got to close out the Amazon Prime app to then switch over to ESPN Plus or Hulu.
It's like a 48-minute process, and then you're just getting. Yeah, no, that's it's a major flaw in the new world order that is streaming. It's hard to flip back and forth.
That's why I just lock it on ESPN, Tim, and I just wait till Joe's game comes on the next week. I just leave it the whole week.
It's a good plan.
Waiting
good plan.
for the next Monday.
It's easier just to set
up all the brilliance you see between those games.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
It's easier just to set up a second TV. Just have two TVs next to each other.
Well, Doug, not everybody has two TVs,
Right,
pal.
exactly. That was kind of wealth shaming. Right?
Okay, sorry, I'm from South County, so I'm loaded.
Can that be a drop for next week?
Yeah.
Do we bank them, Jackie? Do we bank them?
Of course we bank them. This is how the sausage is made, Mark.
Do they keep over the weekend?
Sometimes, some don't.
Yeah, they ripen.
Make sure the lid's on tight.
You bet.
Okay. Wow.
Doug's a little.
I got nothing.
Well, we figured out how to watch TV anyway.
We figured that out. Russa talked about the makings of the band.
Yeah, specifically.
I really feel bad because I think I lost Joe in the whole weirdness of it, and it went too far. I kind of had a thing in my head where Tony was going to be mad at Joe because he's a Hoosier fan and it was disrespectful to the St. Louis Hoosiers. And I kind of had this whole thing in my head and it just never really worked itself out. But Tony was like defending all the St. Louis Hoosiers that feel slighted.
I got to know Bob Knight thanks to Tony and spring training. He would be down there during the month of March, as you guys know. During spring training. So I got to meet him. He came on the air one time when my dad was alive, and he came into the booth. He was a very intimidating presence, Bob Knight was. And he's talking to my dad. I'm doing the inning, and I look to my right, and instead of my dad or Shannon, it's Bobby Knight sitting there. And he says, I said, hey, we're going into the fifth inning. It was the fifth inning, right, Tim?
It was the fifth inning. That's correct. This was in 96.
Hey, we're going into the fifth inning, and right here at the other microphone is Bob Knight. He goes, yeah. Hey, your dad just told me in the back of the booth that he told you when you got to Indiana you were supposed to come to my office and say hi to me. And did you? And I said, no. And he said, well, why not? And I said, because I was scared of you then, and I'm more scared of you now. And, it was. I was like, "Where is this going to go?" And then he kind of laughed, and I went on to call Mike Morgan pitching against the maybe I don't know who would have been playing for the Cubs back then.
Oh, Doug, probably Jody Davis.
Jody Davis. No. Yeah.
Jody Davis is a wonderful. Harry would sing
about Jody Davis. That's why I went Jody Davis. I mean, the reality is it was probably Keith Moreland, but I think it was the Jody Davis song that was.
Moreland. This is post Davis Moreland.
Yeah, I was going
to. No.
I'm trying to, and a little Dave
Henry
Owen.
Rodriguez.
Henry. No, it's Aramis Ramirez.
Like Barrett, those guys, that group. Michael Barrett, was that his name?
Sounds right.
I think so. I was thinking Carmen Fanzone, but now we're going back into the 70s.
Jose Cardinal. Jose Cardinal and Don Kessinger, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby Knight is also a mountain of a man. He's a big man. That was part of the he liked to intimidate.
Yeah, behind the scenes, did he ever mellow out? Was he ever just kind of a normal guy when the cameras were rolling?
Yeah, he could be silly and whatever. I got a chance to interview him on this direct TV show that I had for a while.
I love that show.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Okay. I didn't think I didn't know if you. I always text you about it and be like, "Man, it's such a great show," and I just felt like you didn't enjoy it as much as I did.
No, I did. I did. I did it with a fella named Peter Billingsley, who was was it Ralphie on Christmas?
It's Ralphie,
Right.
Christmas Story. Yeah. And it was what, him and Vince Vaughn. They had like a production company,
Him
right?
and
Joe?
Vince Vaughn, yeah. I jumped in with them, and they were very, very big sports fans. So it was big. And then when you meld it into the acting world, it's like I'm interviewing Derek Jeter, and I get through with 1996 and then winning the World Series, and now we take a break, and Peter's like, all right, now you got to ask him about the motivation for 1997. I'm like, well, I can answer that. Motivation is to, I don't know, win again and do it again. And but it was painstakingly detailed with every year and every twist and turn of somebody's life.
What was the name of the show?
Undeniable, my love. Undeniable. Yes. Like
Yeah, when you left, it didn't like Dan Patrick take it over for a year, right? I think maybe.
He did.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought that was a great show.
I'd forgotten about that. Yes.
Well, that's where my memory comes into play. I know you're a big fan.
It's unbelievable. You're a steel trap. You're a steel trap.
But that's
all the people at SLU got to be really happy that
they are really delighted.
You hung your hat there.
But that format, I mean, as a kid, it was the Roy Firestone, that concept where you'd get an athlete and they just sort of sit there for a long-form interview.
Oh, my God. It was 3 hours. There were a couple, John McEnroe and Brett Favre, by hour 2 were like, can I just stop you? How long are we going to go?
Oh, no way, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, in a funny way, but I'm like, oh, we're only halfway home. Come on, you're not even a Green Bay Packer yet.
And you had a live audience there too, right?
Yes, a paid-for live audience.
Oh, they were compensated?
That's the big trick in Los Angeles is you have to pay people to sit there.
Well, that's what we do.
Wouldn't be a bad job.
That's right.
Yeah, and now Graham Benzinger still does a lot of those long-form interviews, doesn't he?
In depth.
In depth, he does. He goes one-on-one. There's no paid-for audience there.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, there's
Can't
no audience,
afford it.
Doug. But he travels the globe. Graham will have say, this week we go yachting off the shores of Nepal, and like what? Like he's really he travels the globe.
Do they have shores in Nepal?
No, I don't think so.
Beautiful beach.
This is all been. Somebody wanted to know, Joe. What about Damon Berryhill? That might have been a good.
It's a nice play. That's a nice play.
Yeah, I like that one. I like maybe a Mickey Morandini.
Yeah, that's another good play there.
Really nice play.
I could really get dug in on this.
All right, Joe.
Well, Joe's probably got kids to pick up or
You're
drop
probably
off.
feeling like McEnroe and Favre. So
I do. Do I get to? Am I getting? Am I going to get like a tax form for this?
There's nothing worse than when the guest is like, okay, well, I need to get going.
Yeah.
Got to wrap this thing up.
Got to shut her down.
Gotta go. Gotta run.
Joe, God bless the Indiana Hoosiers. I've adopted them since we have no Missouri Tiger thing to pull for.
Indiana.
Yeah, they're gonna fight at Ohio State next week, Doug. That's what's gonna happen. 11 o'clock kickoff locally. You going to Columbus on that one? You're out in L.A. though on that Saturday or that Monday night game.
If that bracket holds and they're somehow like hosting Alabama in the first round, maybe I'll make the trek for that one.
Make a return.
Well, we can slide into the booth, call the game. Yeah. You can free yourself up.
Yeah, try to enjoy that chance to work with us. I think
the whole nation would love that.
Absolutely. Let me ask Troy. I'll get a three-way call going. Hold on a sec.
Corey Patterson, Hector Villanueva. People are now texting in random
Cubs from the mid-'90s.
That was a murderer's row.
And don't forget Rick Wilkins,
catcher. Yeah.
You know he made the last out in the 2000 NLCS against the Mets.
Oh my God.
Oh, the flex.
Oh wow.
Flex.
Yep. Joe, thanks for dropping by. You'll get the tax form coming up in a couple months.
You guys have a nice Friday.
Thank you so much. There he is. That's Joe Buck, friend of the program, Indiana Hoosier fan, and also fan of mid-1990s Chicago Cubs.
Yeah. I think the whole
confused by the Cardinal marketing plan for 2025.
And Tony's band analogy.
I was following the whole thing.
Did you get it?
Even though Styx kind of predates me, there was a guy. What was the guy's name? Dennis
DeYoung.
Yeah, Dennis DeYoung.
Dennis DeYoung, Tommy Shaw was the guitarist. Kind of did not a lot of other projects. Tony was big with Styx. He liked being an Ashley manager because it really did involve pulling all those levers.
What about Bruce Hornsby?
Horns.
Horns was there.
Horns. I walked out of Busch Stadium one late night with Horns. Me and Horns.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I was a legitimate fan, Doug. I mean, how can you not enjoy Mandolin Rain?
Well, you can't. You have to love it.
It's the way it is.
And that's just the way it is. And I remember this was when you were on the morning grind. Russa sat down to the picnic table with us, and somehow you or the cat brought up Mark the Bird Fidrich. Okay. Do you remember this?
Yeah, well, I remember the picture.
Sure.
But I don't remember why it came up.
Why does anything come up on this show?
It was a bird, not a dog.
and I didn't know who he was. And I said, well, my memory only works if it's 1982 or after. And he goes, well, what a bunch of crap that is. And then I walk into the clubhouse and I said, well, you don't know who Tupac is. He goes, the hell I don't. I know he sampled Horns on Changes. And I go, wow. And it was right in front of like a bunch of pictures. And they're just like, oh, he dunked on you. And I'm like, I'll go back outside.
Mind blown.
Yep, I got dunked on.
He had Chris Isaac at the batting cage one day, and he told me to go interview him. And I said, what am I going to interview Chris Isaac about? He said, go on, man. Just go interview him. I was there with a photographer doing pregame interviews. I went over to the batting cage and said, hey, Chris, how are you? He said, hey, what's up? And I said, Tony would like me to interview you. I was like, I really like that Wicked game.
Oh, Helena Christensen. Forget about it.
Great
Soft cow season. My goodness, Doug. Soft cow season.
So what did you ask him? Who's big for you?
I think I just said, how did you guys meet? And how about that Wicked game? Pretty good, huh?
That's kind of a Cal May.
And then he gave me a great answer, and I said, this baseball could be a wicked game sometimes, too.
How's your slide piece?
What about that? Did you ask him about his
slide piece?
How's your grandma?
Brown and Krupin, presenting sponsor of this program. They are local. You heard Andy Krupin make an appearance in Drops of the Week, as a matter of fact. Founded in 1979. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and the outs of your case and know the local environment? Brown and Krupin treats clients and employees like gold. They've been voted one of the best workplaces for years, and that workplace is now on the Hill in the city of St. Louis. Brown and Krupin is truly part of the community. They value this community. So you might ask, well, why Brown and Krupin? Plenty of people are out there. Why would I go with Brown and Krupin? Well, you've heard Ed, Andy, and Terry Krupin on this program. Ed Herman and Andy and Terry Krupin. You're going to get that kind of personality along with great service and great results. Plus, they're the winningest and the kindest. If you are interested in working with Brown and Krupin and you need their services, here is the number. 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Or go to brownandkrupin.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Coming up, Joey Vitali in the 9 o'clock hour as the Blues lose after another third period lead goes by the wayside, back-to-back games. And the Sklar Brothers in studio. Gabe DeArmond in our 10 o'clock hour, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN and YouTube. Doug, is this the Jay-Z Kanye West version?
I don't know who it is. I don't know.
There's a little sample. We were talking samples in the last segment.
Nice.
Sample is Otis Redding. Pretty legendary. No lyrics, though. Just the instrumental.
You enjoying it?
It's kind of odd. It's okay.
It's the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The program's called The Morning After. Fresh off a conversation with Joe Buck. Missed it? You can podcast via the TMA STL app, which is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Also the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app. 2 different apps, just like there's 2 different YouTube channels. And you can go in there and you can talk it over and you can watch us and you can decide who's cute.
Yeah.
Rank us.
Take your pick.
Yeah.
A lot of beefcake in this studio right now.
Yeah.
Awful lot.
Yeah, a lot of hot guys.
Yeah.
Joey Vitali's a hot guy. He's going to be with us at 9 o'clock. The Sklar Brothers, hot guy, is going to be in studio at 9:30. How are we going to handle this from a chair, camera, mic situation when the Sklars appear in studio? Yeah, we're going to workshop this.
Was thinking about that.
I know Jackson's already thought it through.
Last night, I think the best course of action will be to move my mic next to Martin's right, have both of them on the mic. I can angle the camera to get both of them in it, and then Doug and Martin can share a camera while having their own mics over by Doug.
Do you think the Sklars should share a mic, or should they have their own mic?
Well, then that's gonna leave. I'll be without mic no matter what, but that would leave someone else without a mic.
Doug and I could share a mic over there if needed.
That's fine.
Would it be easier if I just stepped out and they use this? There's room here for 2 of them?
Well, I'll just head home. That's fine. I can leave any minute now. That's fine.
Rich Gould.
There could be food in the break room.
Instead of leaving early, now Rich shows up.
Yeah, he just
always
walks in.
leave.
That's Rich Gould's
Now
music.
he just starts showing up.
Jackson, we have a big weekend of college football around here, and boy, we kill it on these picks. I mean, I wonder if I can go 0-6 this week. I don't know. I think I went 1-5 last week.
Correct. So
All right.
the standings are Doug and Martin only did 1 pick'em so
Nice.
far.
That's good.
Martin's 1-5. Doug's 2-4.
Disagree.
And then Tim and I have done 2. Tim is 6-6, as am I.
Nice. So this is a place to go if you want to win money.
Yep.
Nobody's over 500.
That's
no,
right.
sir. First game, Texas heading to Arkansas. It's an 11 a.m. kick, 12-point spread in favor of Texas.
Are we picking with the spread, or
Yes.
just
You better believe it.
Yeah,
This
straight
isn't
up.
some kind of slap and tickle show, is it?
Game day.
slap and tickle?
Tim, you lead us off.
Arkansas all day.
All right. Doug?
I'll take Texas. I like Vince Young. I'm going to go Texas.
Martin?
And all I have to do is cover, right?
Correct.
I'll go Arkansas.
All right, Arkansas.
Welcome. Welcome to the sharp
I
side.
think it'll be a good game.
Welcome to the sharp side.
I'm on Hook'em. I'm on Texas. All right, now I'm going to have you guys pick which one we're going to do of this next game, because now that the season's dwindled on, some of the games have a lot less importance, so I left out some of the games. You have the choice between Clemson at Pitt or Arizona State at K-State.
I will do Clemson Pitt.
Okay, you're going to take Clemson?
I am.
All right.
And what's my number?
You get Clemson minus 11.5.
I think they're going to go blowing out.
Yeah.
Why do you hate Tony Dorsett?
I love Tony Dorsett.
Okay,
I
well, you
just
didn't
don't
pick
think
him.
that this Pitt
What about
team
Hugh
is-
Green?
Doug, you have the choice.
Dan Marino.
Clemson at Pitt or Arizona State, K-State. Anyone?
We've just listed 3 reasons to pick Pitt. I'm taking Pitt.
Oh, wow. Pittsburgh plus, Doug gets them plus 11.5.
I think I'm going to go Clemson.
Welcome,
And I see
Martin. Welcome to
Dabo
the sharp
just
side.
loading up on that one.
Yep.
Pitt got me good a couple weeks ago. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, they
again.
got me too.
I'm going to take Arizona State, who is getting 7.5 in Little Manhattan. Michigan State at Illinois. That is a 1:30, a strange 1:30 kickoff. Michigan State's plus 2.5.
I'm going to take Iowa.
Sparty's not very good.
Doug?
I'm going to go with Illinois also. The Dick Butkus factor, Red Grange.
Jason Dulick.
Yeah.
John Malkovich. I don't want to be in an alliance with Tim. I don't want to be associated with Tim.
Yeah, I understand that.
But I think I'm going to go Illinois.
All right.
Yeah, but we're in lockstep, Martin. Welcome to a new alliance. Secret alliance.
The lone wolf barks alone. I will be taking Michigan State.
The lone wolf
Is that a-
barks
you like that?
alone. I didn't like it, no.
Los Lobos song.
Los Lobos, La Bamba.
Will the Wolves survive?
LSU at the Swamp, 2:30 kick. LSU is a 4-point favorite against Florida. Not much to play for Brian Kelly. Definitely nothing to play for Billy Napier.
You okay?
I am so in the tank on this one. I don't
Okay.
like it. If I could, I'd withdraw from the game. I really don't like it. I'm going to go with Florida.
Florida.
I think LSU is decent, and I don't think Florida is decent. I think it's LSU takes this one. But again, the lone wolf barks alone.
There you go.
Sorry, Jimmy. I'm going LSU.
I am also on LSU. So
There you
Lions
go,
might be
buddy.
back.
I'm getting There we paid. go,
Take
Jackie.
Florida.
Sir.
Take Florida. Marks.
Game of the week is Missouri at South Carolina. That's a 3:15.
Well, I don't know if that's what the nation thinks.
That's what this nation thinks. Piddles Nation.
Hey, Tommy Hart. Tommy Hart's our guy. This is
Yeah.
the game of the week. Game of the year.
Every game of the year starts at 3:15 p.m.
On the SEC network.
Missouri is plus 13.5 in Columbia East.
Do you think it's 3:15 because they're running behind from the first segment? That's correct. And they already know that 3.2 will be more like 3:15.
I am going to take Missouri plus 13.5.
I haven't seen anything about Missouri all year that makes me think that they can stay close to a good team. I'm going South Carolina.
As stated earlier, in maybe 7-2, I said that I thought Mizzou would play well, but I think South Carolina will cover.
Lenora Sellers.
I am on the Tigers because they have Shane Beamer's number. And the actual game of the week, Tim loves Georgia. Rocky
you cut
Top.
me off. You didn't allow me to do it. That's my signature. It's like what you talk about Willis.
So it's a 9.5-point spread as Tennessee heads between the hedges, 6:30 kick.
Ooh, I'm getting less than 10. Nice. I like that. Doug, watch this. Look at it. Look at me in the eyes.
I don't like the tongue.
Love Georgia. 51-3 your final. Unbelievable.
51-3.
Why don't you roll that out at the first grade party? I love this spinach dip.
And bring a blow-up doll. Douglas?
Gosh. Well, since Tim Georgia, I guess I'll go with Georgia. He's
There you
talked
go.
me into it with
Peer
his pressure.
There you go. Welcome to the Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
Oh,
Doug's version looked more like a stroke.
don't say stroke.
I will also take Georgia.
Lone Wolf is barking alone again, baby. Rocky Top.
Okay.
And
Now,
then
would a wolf bark or howl?
I think they howl. Did I say bark?
Yeah,
Yeah, a few
one of
times.
us did, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're in the dog family. What's the difference between
They're
a
in the
bark
Dog family.
Oh, are they not?
Yes.
Well,
Great
yeah,
question.
cousins,
I got a few wolves in the backyard.
Tom Hart had a dog, and it was barking like crazy during his dropping.
And nobody took that name, Tom Hart's barking dog. I thought that would become a thing.
Martin asked if he was at a wolf sanctuary. I listened to that for Drops of the Week yesterday.
Doug, that was just a brief aside.
Okay.
All right, 6 games have been picked.
All right, I didn't know. I thought we were landing the plane, and then I thought, there was going to be a little special bonus, like, Blues and Bruins at noon tomorrow.
No, I'm not picking.
11
It's
a.m.
college football
pregame.
only.
Thank you very much. Right here on 101 ESPN. Munganess, sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast, and they are wonderful people. Their names are on the dealerships, and it doesn't matter. They say, here's our number, and this number is set up specifically for those of you in the TMA audience. Here it is. Call us, text us with your questions, your requests. We want to be accessible to the TMA audience, so they set up a number for you. Here it is. 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. And it's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Want to go shopping? No problem. Go on your phone right now and take a look at the incredible inventory they have of new and pre-owned vehicles at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Now, even if you didn't get your car from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, you can still get it serviced there with Ryan Seiberg and his team in the service department. stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. They're accessible as the day is long for TMA listeners. 314-252-0029. You can email me at tmckernan at InsideSTL.com. I'll make an introduction over email. I don't care. It doesn't matter. We want you to work with the best, and the best is Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Chairman Kurt standing by on the Kerber and Thompson phone lines. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Joey Vitali going to join us coming up. Sklar Brothers in studios. Gabe DeArmond, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. All this still to come on a program that's already featured a 25-minute conversation with Joe Buck. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Jazz win last night, 115 to 113 over the Dallas Mavericks, the only NBA game that was played last night. Luka Doncic had 37 points, but that doesn't cover up the defensive lapse with 6 seconds left as John Collins slams one home for his 28th point and the Jazz victory. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Krupin, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on the program. Joey Vitali going to be joining us coming up here. Oh, Doug, what would you say, 5 minutes, I guess?
Oh, I guess so. 5, 6, 7 minutes.
It's a Big Joe Friday on the show.
It kind of is.
Yeah, Joe. Although Joey is very specific to Joey. It's not Joe Vitali, right? Everybody calls him Joey.
Yeah.
Well, he has an uncle named Joe Vitali that I know well. And so the family probably called him Joey too. Yeah.
Joe Buck said Whitey Herzog called him, he said, but it sounded more like Jody. Hey, Jody. Take your calls.
Chairman Kurt is taking your calls. Kerber and Thompson phone line.
Haven't taken one yet.
Do you like Marty or does it always have to be Martin?
It's funny you say this because I've always gone by Martin. And yet, the hockey world, it's always Marty. Kelly Chase was texting me yesterday and said Marty, and then his son was helping me. We're promoting their event where they're trying to raise money for shaving Chaser's head, and you can go to @Blues Alumni. That's the X handle for the Blues Alumni, where they're taking donations, and I think they're going to shave his head like on Monday, so they're raising money for cancer research. But in this group text later, it was always Marty this, Marty that. Mike Caruso, Blues retired executive, calls me Marty all the time. It must be a hockey thing.
It's a hockey thing.
It's a hockey thing.
So what do they would call you Dougie? Or would they call you Duggar?
No, I was always just, the hockey guys.
People. Duggar?
Probably Duggar.
I'm Timmy, you're Marty, and I think you're Duggar? What do you think, Jackson would be Jackie?
Jackie.
Yeah.
Jax?
Jax.
What about Jax?
It's already taken.
Berkey.
It's already taken.
It's Walter.
Yeah, I'd probably be Jax.
Yeah.
I don't like that, but I would be.
Okay.
But even as a kid, it was Martin and not Marty?
Yeah, I think I always went by Martin. Okay. Although some of my best friends call me Marty. It's weird. I never go by that. Like Timmy is just a bit we do. Does your dad call you Timmy?
I was called Timmy because I had the same name as my dad. So that was the way to do it. And still I am to this day. I also think if I were above 5'4", it might be awkward. But since I have the would you say it's like Gary Coleman sitting next to you?
It's very similar. It's like you're in the jockey room at Fairmount Park or something.
Wow.
Emmanuel Lewis.
Can I request a drop just to have in the hopper at some point? Not this moment. But Gary Coleman, when he storms off, Matt Stedman loved this too.
What do we have here?
Gary Coleman storms off the set. I think it's Extra, one of those shows, and they had him on to talk about his abusive relationship. He'd been thrown down the steps. Something terrible happened.
What in the hell?
As a little fella, he had been abused by his girlfriend.
His girlfriend was throwing him down the steps?
There's some accusation, and they have him on the set to talk about it, and he storms off. And the interviewer, who was asking all these horrible questions, was being very awkward, says, Gary, come back. And you have to, the whole sequence, because she's out of line.
This was played on our show?
Yeah, we used to do the drop. Gary, come back. And Mo Drummond and I would laugh like anytime we heard the mention of Gary Coleman would be, Gary, come back.
So the interviewer decided that the line of questioning for the promotion piece was about his girlfriend throwing him down the steps?
Well, let's, in the break, Jackie, you and I, let's find this.
The chairman's going to go cut it right now.
I believe it's Extra, Inside Edition, one of those type programs.
Current Affair with the great Maureen O'Boyle.
One of those. O'Boyle, I think.
Yeah. O'Boyle rules.
Thank you.
Well, you could see how he would be upset by that.
Yeah,
I mean,
and he's shorter
as an adult,
than Tim,
you want to be treated like a man.
Together. I can look him in the eye.
Really?
Yep. Yeah.
Is Emmanuel Lewis shorter?
Let's see. I worked with Manny in Little Rock.
Tied for first.
Yeah.
Whole swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
I don't like the sound effect.
A buddy of mine who lives in, Doug, what do you call it, Lottie Dottie, Fort Lauderdale? He texted me, and Sassy Cassie is performing tonight in Fort Lauderdale for those of you in the area.
So you're going to go down there?
Are you serious?
He did text me about an hour ago.
Oh.
Yep.
Real talented gal. I think that's how it all started with Tony, because he broke down a Gloria Estefan
That's
concert.
what it was. And you were enamored with it at spring training.
We were in a spring training huddle, and you do meet with the manager every day, and it gets a little boring. How's the PFP going? Pitcher, fielding, performing, whatever. Like, it gets kind of boring, and somebody said, you went to Gloria Estefan last night. It might have been Strauss.
That would surprise me. That's off the Joe Strauss brand.
He just went on a rant about electric and dynamic, and like he had this whole breakdown of her performance. And I was just sitting there going, well, I would never use this soundbite, but I love this. Like, where is that going to play?
Yeah, you got to find a spot for it.
I was wandering around. He goes, you won't believe what just happened in the Russa scrum. He goes, man, Gloria Estefan, really electric performer. Joey Vitali's electric. He's going to be with us on the Blues and whatever else he wants to talk about. Doug, you got to invite yourself to the Christmas party, the Vitali Christmas party.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a good time.
That's a Friday tradition. Jackson's going to be a slutty reindeer coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Martin is going to be in attendance as well. So, Doug, you ought to be there. Maybe we'll do a remote for TMA on that upcoming holiday party. Joey Vitali, the Sklar Brothers in studio coming up in the 9 o'clock hour as well, which is brought to you by 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance. And then Gabe Yarmont, presented to you by James Carlton. He'll be with us in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour, along with our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. There's your dossier. That's a live dossier reading right there.
It's a schedule.
That's a really nice dossier. Design Air is the sponsor of the email today. They're online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Martin Kilcoyne's a client. We recommend you become one as well. Glorious weather for mid-November here. High of 58 and sunny today. How do you do? Looks like next week, though, Doug.
What?
It starts. And that's fine.
Really cold weather?
High of 47 and windy on Thursday.
I don't like it.
High of 49 on Saturday and Sunday. But we've run good. I mean, we're approaching Thanksgiving, and we're still out here, and I can't complain. But that means you got to have your heating system ready to go. That's where Design Air Heating and Cooling comes into play. Go online at designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp and his team, the longest-running sponsor on TMA, a decade with us. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN. TMA presented to you by Brown and Krupin, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt just popped in and he popped out.
Yeah.
Yes, popped.
Mm-hmm. You had enough?
Yeah, I think seems like it. The Blues losing last night. Joey Vitali is going to give us his breakdown, and also talk about probably some nonsense. If I had to guess, it's kind of more his brand. He enjoys nonsense. Kerber will be throwing to him with a breakdown of what just took place on that questionable goal that was wound up overturned about 5 minutes into the third period last night. And then Martin, what would Joey bring up?
Curbs, you don't need turtlenecks? And sorry? We're talking about the power play. But that's Joey's game, isn't it? You got to be ready.
Joey's a big fan of his own nipples.
Cut that off.
Doug is just going.
He
Doug's
brought it up
working
himself.
blue. I try to clean the show
He brought
up.
it up
and then,
himself last week.
We're trying to let it go.
Okay, sorry.
Now it's back.
Yeah,
All right.
and it's good to have it back. Get involved on the program. Kerber and Thompson, phone lines 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line. The number is 314-399-9646. And you can always listen to this program. Joe Buck talked it over with us for about 25 minutes, and he enjoyed the drops of the week. He sat and listened through those, and it sounds like that might be something they might start utilizing on Monday Night Football. The app is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company here on 101 ESPN. Sklar Brothers and Joey Vitali all coming your way in the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. We close out our 8 o'clock hour at 9:07.
No.
So this is 8-4.
Yeah,
okay.
We've gotten behind. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I don't know.
So much show, so content heavy.
Thank you.
That we can't squeeze it in 3-4
That's exactly
hours.
right. We'll take a break, come back with Joey Vitali next year on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Krupin, 101 ESPN.
Well, even though this show is like a gift, giving every day, sometimes you want to give people a little more. How about a gift card to Massage Envy? We're talking about Me Time, M-E, Massage Envy, and a gift card for the holidays. They can use it for a massage, facial, or a stretch session. All of this going on right now when you buy gift cards. $100 in gift cards, you're going to get a free $20 promo card. You can add that to the gift or keep it for yourself. This is going on through the end of the year, December 31st at Massage Envy, where better begins. What a great gift. Some me time for somebody in your life when you're looking for a great gift idea. Think about Massage Envy, where better begins. This offer is good in location only, not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details. It's me time this holiday season. Nobody ever knows what to get somebody as a gift. How about the gift of a massage or a facial or a stretch session? What a great idea. It's me time at Massage Envy. When you spend $100 on gift cards, get a free $20 promo card.
TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Krupin. The 9 o'clock hour is presented to you by 5P Academy and Hustle and Hearts Sports Performance. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Kerber and Thompson phone lines the great Joey Vitali, live from
wonderful.
Boston. Okay. I mean, probably didn't get to bed until, I'd say 3:30 Eastern, and now he's up with us just flat breaking it down and trying to stave off people inviting themselves to his Christmas party. That's what he's got. Morning, Joey.
Hey, boys. Yeah, I set my alarm bright and early. I thought I had a 10 o'clock hit. Apparently, it's a 10:10 hit now.
Oh, no. Here we go again with that. Oh, God.
I blame Doug Vaughn. I don't know why. I feel like this is his fault. And all I can say is I don't know if you guys relate to Joe Buck, but I would imagine you were right on time for the great Joe Buck. But I understand I'm not Joe Buck. I'm just Joey Vitali.
He's reading us the riot act.
Well,
we're taking a hard one here.
Joe, being such a fan of the show, booked himself for 8:10, knowing we wouldn't be on time.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, you got to build in that 10-minute window on this program, unfortunately. Yeah. What time do you boys land in Boston? I like to guess these flight times.
We got in. Let's see. We got in about 1 o'clock. We probably got to our rooms 1:32. And you know what? Listen, we're not complaining. We're in a wonderful hotel here in Boston, one of my favorite cities across the league. Of course, spent my college years here, and some wonderful memories here, and such a wonderful group of pockets all over this city. So looking forward to a day off here. Some guys are going up to Springfield. Some of the personnel, Alexander Steen's here. The Springfield Falcons, their AHL team, has a game just a couple hours north. But then, practice day and, hopefully a regroup for this team come tomorrow afternoon against the Bruins.
So you're not making that trip to Springfield? Maybe a little scouting. Wouldn't it hurt you to do a little scouting for the squad?
I mean, listen, Curbs asked me last night at 1 a.m. I could barely stand up. He said, hey, brother, Curbs, he gets a second wind around midnight. Me, not so much. He goes, hey, dude, we're renting a car, and we're going to Springfield to watch a morning skate tomorrow. You want to come? I said, I don't know how to say this politely, but absolutely not.
No. You say I've got radio duty. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I actually told them I'm on the great TMA show, which is on the FM dial, 101 ESPN. So it's unfortunate I cannot make that arrangement tomorrow. But, yeah, some guys are doing that. I'm going to go walk around a little bit, hit the stomping grounds maybe, and it's a beautiful day here as it is there, and try to get some exercise and get outside.
You got to really, really love hockey to drive 2 hours to go watch a minor league morning skate.
They need players. They're going to go get some players.
I guess.
We really could do so. I should be doing that. Here's the thing. I'm probably going to tell my wife I'm doing that today as she's home wrangling 5 kids, trying to figure out what to do all alone for the rest of the weekend. I'm not going to sit here and tell her that. I hope she's not listening to the hit right now, because I'm not going to tell her I'm going to go walk around Boston and enjoy the day. I'm definitely going to be working all day scouting our minor league team.
Nice. You're again operating on the premise that she's not listening to this show.
Yes, she's one of the millions apparently in St. Louis who are not listening.
Oh, Doug, once again, we just took the hard one. Joey, I was listening to the Curbside podcast. You and Kerber breaking it down en route to the station this morning. And sweet mother of mercy, that statistic that Kerber had with regard to the time on ice last night for Parayko and Suter. The Blues hadn't had anybody with 30 minutes or more since, 21 with Justin Falk. And last night, 2 guys, including 39-year-old Ryan Suter and Colton Parayko. Suter with 33 minutes, Parayko with 30 minutes because of the injuries. That speaks to the issues the team is having. Your observation on what we saw with that last night?
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I came across Ryan Suter on the plane after the game, and I just gave him a look, and he gave me a look, because we both know what that look means, and that was a lot of ice time for the old lad, who now is the oldest player in the National Hockey League. He's going to be 40 in January. I'm almost 40. I can't get out of bed without feeling pain. I can't imagine playing 34 minutes in an NHL game. But he continues to do it. He kind of gave me that face of, thank you, sir, give me another soon. So I think that he has taken it in stride. This is not the amount of minutes I think that he was preparing to play on playing this year. But given the injuries and where it's at, with no Krug, no Letty, you lose P.O. Joseph last night, who cracked your top four with all the injuries. So now Matthew Kessel slid up there. So, injuries are continuing to mount. This back end is completely decimated. It's hard to imagine it getting any worse before it gets better. And, with that, they continue to call upon Colton Parayko and Ryan Suter, which, given the amount of ice time they've played, the matchups being on the road, it's not an easy thing, but they continue to play a very simple game, stay between the dots, don't overextend themselves. And overall, I thought they had a really, really strong game.
Do you think some of the ice time the veterans are getting has something to do with the fact that they had leads till late in the third period in the last two games and let it get away?
Well, absolutely. I mean, and that's where this team is at, Doug. We've seen stretches of teams where, you have a Blues team that maybe doesn't deserve to win. Listen, the last 3 to 4 years, I can't tell you how many games I'm calling where they do not deserve to win this game. They're being outplayed, they're being outshot, they're being outchanced. And you have a guy named Jordan Binnington who's just keeping it everything. They won a lot of games in the last few years, whether you like it or not, where they probably shouldn't have won those games. Maybe their special teams were good and they were getting the save they needed. This game right now for the St. Louis Blues group, it's kind of the opposite. They're finding ways to lose. They're working at it. They're committed. I mean, that game last night, I thought they played well. When they have a 3-2 lead in the third, I thought they were tight defensively. Everyone was working back. Everyone had numbers to the middle. Unfortunate bounce. And, it's in the back of your net. You go back to last game, Colton Parayko turns that puck over. He doesn't do that very often. At the blue line, Boston comes back and they score. Obviously Kyrou with a couple turnovers in the last couple weeks, it burns you. Oscar Sundqvist last night, one of the most disciplined players, dependable guys on your team, ends up running into the goalie with about 40 seconds to go in that game, and that puts the Buffalo Sabres on a power play to start overtime. So it's just they're working, they're going after it. This is a caring group, a committed group, but just everything right now is unfolding poorly. This really reminds me of the old days. Tim, I don't know if you can appreciate this. I used to go to the Resurrection Mixer. You guys ever been to a Resurrection Mixer?
I took my kids there, yeah. You'd be in a parking lot for 15 minutes just to get through.
Oh, yeah. That was the big mixer. Those were the days where I feel like this Blues team, where young Joey V with the acne and bald head and braces would just strike out every chance he got, getting after a St. Catherine or a Villa girl. I'd even settle for a Ledoux or a Viz girl, but it never just really panned out.
Settle for a Ledoux or a Viz girl. Jackson, how about that? How's that one feel?
Quit lying to yourself, Joey.
I had a Stone Cold Steve Austin shirt. This was the one where his blood was dripping down his face in the WWF days.
Oh, I'm surprised the Villa girls didn't like that.
Yeah, they were the ones settling.
I'm looking through my closet. I'm like, bingo, you're the one. You are the one, Mr. Stone Cold, that's going to get it done tonight. And listen, I was just being me and like this Blues team.
I was wondering, even LaRussa was confused.
I followed it the whole time.
Did you? Okay,
Absolutely.
So Joey at the Resurrection Mixer is kind of like the Blues. Things just aren't going their way. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Going their way. And, here's the thing. Like, I came up to a girl. I'd say, listen, I know you don't know me, but I believe you know my friend Stone Cold. And he knows me, and he can vouch for me. And it never really panned out. So I went home empty-handed, much like the Blues are going home empty-handed these days.
It all ties together.
See, it came full circle.
Could you get Drew Bannister to wear that Stone Cold T-shirt behind the bench tomorrow? Maybe that would turn things like that would be our Gloria.
That would be like unbutton his shirt and kind of flax it up and down the bench.
Otter would do it. Steve Ott would do it.
That was my childhood. I grew up here with Paul Stastny. Of course, we were in the same class at Chaminade. We grew up playing hockey together, and he, of course, is the most celebrated St. Louis product to ever play in the National Hockey League. Parents ask us all the time, like, "Hey, what did you guys do together? You guys must have just gone to each other's houses and played hockey all day long, watch hockey." We hated playing hockey outside of the rink. We loved the WWF. We would wrestle on each other's trampolines. We were in a yo-yo club at Chaminade. I mean, the world's changed. The world's changed so much. We were in everything except hockey, but that's the way it goes sometimes, I guess.
When you went to these mixers, I'm assuming you were, 7th grade, maybe 8th grade, and you said you came home empty-handed. Was there ever a night when you brought a couple of lounge lizards home with you and said, Mom, can you take me to their place?
Well, Doug, that's a great question. So empty-handed in 7th grade is you come home with numbers on your arms. Like phone numbers. At the time, it was actually beeper numbers. Remember the beepers? We used to have beepers.
Sure, absolutely. Doug traffics narcotics.
Yeah, I do. Very lucrative.
Probably the guy from The Hangover. I'm not going to sing. I'm a beeper. We were hoping for beeper numbers. When I say go home, empty-handed, I went home essentially with no ink on my arms to potentially call the girl who would probably never call me back.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Joey, sorry to ask a hockey question. What did you think of Bannister not using Kyrou down the stretch and basically admitting it there? They were just trying to get to OT.
Just get that point.
I mean, listen, I think that this is a coach that is holding this group accountable. And, here's the thing. Coaches say the right things. And he has used this word accountability since he arrived, over a year ago now. And that's a moment for you to kind of like put up or shut up. That's a moment for you to say, okay, we're going to talk about being accountable, or we're actually going to hold this team accountable. And I think that it's a growth moment, not only for Jordan, but for the entire team. And to me, if I'm a player on that team, I really respect the decision. Because you look at some of the decisions, whether it was the turnover where he lost that puck in Philadelphia, the turnover a week later in Utah. I mean, those are the ones that burned this team pretty recently. So, for the coach to come in there and harp on, playing the right way and getting this thing to overtime, but then having players not do it. If you're going to go out there and play those same guys again, I mean, to me, if I'm on that bench, I'm thinking, okay, you're saying one thing, but you're doing the other. So I think it was a moment for him to really showcase the integrity portion of what he says is what he is going to do. And listen, like I just mentioned to you, that Blues team last night played great. They played great to the very end. That Alex Tuch goal was a spectacular goal set up by McLeod behind the net. Those things just don't happen very often. Aside from that chance, the Buffalo Sabres really had nothing that third period. They did a heck of a job locking it down. Another player didn't play down the stretch was Scott Perunovic. He did get that block shot about halfway through the third. Was that part of the decision for Mike Weber not to play him? Maybe, maybe not. But they ran 4D, and they're going to run their horses right now, the ones that you have a lead in the third period, the ones that you can count on to, of course, go out there and do the job. So I applaud the decision. I think it was the right move.
Joey Vitali with us live from Boston, giving us his perspective on not just the Blues, but also resurrection mixers, Doug. So we've covered it all. Joey, thank you so much for the time and getting up early with us. And Jackson will apologize via text for not having the show on time.
Hey, it's okay. I appreciate you guys, as always, and love our conversations. If I can make one quick little plug, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. It's for your Christmas party, I guess. You're going to do a little...
It's actually not.
Day and time, please.
Really quickly, the Pee Wee Quebec AAA Blues, they go to Quebec every single year. I did the tournament. The Blues send the AAA tournament every year. Tonight at the Kirkwood Community Center at 6 p.m., go there. It's a casino night. There's great food, awesome auction items. So for anyone in the St. Louis area, around Kirkwood Community Center at 6 p.m., go support these boys. They're trying to get to Quebec. It's going to be a fun night.
All right, there it is.
Get the boys to Quebec. Get the boys to Quebec.
Skate, boys, skate. Thank you, Joey.
Thank you, boys.
There he is. That's Joey
Thanks,
Vitali
Joey.
with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. I'm kind of surprised the Stone Cold Steve Austin shirt didn't work with the Villa.
Yeah, no numbers that night.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he's not going to the morning minor league skate 2 hours away. Remember when they used to give Ken Wilson a hard time because he wouldn't go to the morning skates on the day of the game?
There was a PR guy that kept track for a while, had a little notebook as to who came to the skate.
Yep. Yeah. His code name was Oh Baby. Doug, would you like to tell us about Collier and Thompson?
Oh, sure I would. Didn't you have them out to your house?
Carolyn and Josh were at the house yesterday.
Josh Shirts.
Shirts.
And they looked it over, gave it the once over, gave you some plans.
Yeah, they really do a hell of a job. Yeah, we're probably going to wind up working with them in some capacity, I can tell you that.
Well, you should. Yeah. If you want your house to look like a show place, that's where you go to. Now, they're not the cheapest people in town, not the most expensive either. They're right there in that sweet spot where you know you're getting real quality and you know you're getting it done by true professionals who've been around a long time. The business has been been around in St. Louis since the 1950s. Kerber and Thompson just does it right. They do kitchens and bathrooms, basements, wine rooms, man caves, bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices, you name it, they can do it. They've got a lot of tradesmen who've been with them for many, many years. They got their own plumbers and their own electricians and painters. They do it all. You don't need to hop around to 5 or 6 different places to find people come do the job. It's all right there in-house at Kerber and Thompson. You ought to go to their website at KerberandThompson.com. Take a look at some of the before and after pictures of what they've done. You hardly recognize the place when they're done. They just do it right. First place operation. They got great appliances, top of the line, Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, you name it. They can get the best appliance on the market into your house. AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. Won a Torch Award for ethics from the Better Business Bureau. Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati will do you right. Check them out. Their offices and their showroom is there on Manchester in Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. More than 10,000 square feet of displays to get all kinds of great ideas to work on your home. Kerber and Thompson, come home to quality. Online at KerberandThompson.com.
There it is, our phone line sponsor, our email sponsors, Design Air. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That comes your way at 10:45. Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou on Missouri and South Carolina. Brought to you by James Carlton, 10:15. And in the next segment, the Sklar Brothers are going to be with us. They are performing in St. Louis this weekend. You'll be able to catch them at 8 p.m. tomorrow night at the Sheldon Concert Hall. So we will talk it over with the Sklars coming up next in studio. Jason and Randy. TMA, presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN. May 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. His head is bobbing. He's feeling it, Martin. This alliance is reconvening. It's good to see. And you just saluted the fans on YouTube, and I see in the YouTube chat, this is the TMA STL one. When are we going to get elitist film takes today? That's from Jackson's Awful Dossier.
Is there any really popular movie that you hate to try to sound more intelligent than the rest of it?
When I left yesterday, you were taking down the work of Tom Hanks. And I said, what? And then the tweet was Bridge of Spies. My old colleague, Greg Palermo, said, Martin, please defend Bridge of Spies.
Bridge of Spies is good in the moment. When was the last time you watched or talked to anybody about Bridge of Spies?
Never?
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
So you're vindicated?
I feel that. I know that my opinion is holds weight. You know, it does.
At the website, goodorbad.com, that I found this play does not exist.
That site is going to be acquired at some point by private equity, I would imagine, today. These Sklar Brothers are going to join us. I think they're down the hallway right now with Courtney on the arch. Doug wants to tell people about where you can stream this program, and that's the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app, which is brought to you by Jason Gosfrow and his company, Schaefer Door.
Sklar Brothers probably know about Schaefer Door. That's why they were able to get out of their garage doors today to come here. Nope. If it's ever happened to you where you can't get out of your garage because the garage door is stuck, it happened to me a little while back, so I called Schaefer Door, of course. First thing I did was have to spell Schaefer, S-C-H-A-E-F-E-R. And as soon as I figured out how to spell that, I could look up the phone number. And I did. And I called them, and they came out. And I thought, you know what? My garage door is about 25, 26 years old. I'm going to need a whole new door. Nope, I didn't need it. They don't try to upsell you. All I needed was a strut. They put a strut on there, and now the garage door just hums. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. Thank you. This live reads going well. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. Schaefer Door, best to call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. The gentleman just walked in.
I thought you were clapping for my
your live endorsement was choice, but I mean, when the gentleman
will take the applause.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? How are you?
What's going on? How are you guys?
Oh, we're great, man. So happy to be back in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Happy the Cardinals are doing well.
Yeah,
and trending in the right direction.
We got the Blues. It's all happening here.
Let's go Blue. Can we just talk about how great that moment in 2019 was?
Was that a high point as a St. Louis sports fan?
As a sports fan, yeah. As a human. So in the last 5 years, two things have happened. You know, Cardinals have won World Series. They won in '82. You know, they won in 2006. Like, we've had some in 11. Those amazing, like, World Series victories. The Blues winning was like our whole life because we remember. You know, it's a big victory when you start texting people you haven't talked to in a long time from high school. It's like, I hate this person, but the Blues. We were talking to our buddy John Hamm, who is the best. I'm not dropping names, but he's a huge Blues fan. Yeah. And when at the parade, when like Brett Hull was like drunk, and just we were like, "Is drunk Hull better than Fat Thor?" And then Ham was the funniest thing I've ever seen. He said, "Drunk Hull is Fat Thor." I'm like, yes, Gloria. I can't hear that song and not hear like Drunk Hull just like battling. But I mean, it just is. You kind of realize what a run that whole thing was, and just like we had to overcome so much. I mean, we remember like the Calgary series in 1986.
Monday Night Miracle, boys, right?
Monday Night Miracle. We remember, you know, Bernie Federico and Jorgen Pedersen, Ari Unger, and Wayne Babbage with 50 goals in 1 year. What? Mike Crombeen. Yeah. Jack Brownscheidel.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, going way
these
back.
These are names that are resonating, aren't they?
Yeah, that's my era, too.
That's your era, too.
Yeah.
Those were great. I mean, those were great. Mike Liut. Are they booing? No, they're just cheering for Mike Liut. Those are great teams. Fun times.
For our audience who would love to see the Sklars in town this weekend, Flyover Comedy Festival. It started last night, and you guys will be at the Sheldon Concert Hall, 8 p.m.
Saturday night.
Tomorrow night.
Can't wait. I mean, how beautiful is that theater?
That place is
awesome.
Place.
Awesome. Yeah. So there's only a handful of tickets left, and hopefully we've been doing radio all morning, and I don't know how many are left. So we're saying if you want them, please jump on them, get there. Show's great. Our buddy from L.A., Dean Del Rey, is going to feature for us, do like a feature set of comedy, and a couple other local comics here are going to. We're going to do 45 minutes on Jose Oquendo. That's right.
That's what you're going to focus on.
You're still trying to get him in the Hall of Fame?
We did. We got his plaque on the utility closet. A homemade plaque that we made. I mean, there's a moment where we're like at the Hall of Fame and talking. No, this is the best moment in that whole documentary. Okay, we're obviously we love Jose Oquendo, and we really legitimately do. It was like the whole time we're like, are we being funny or are we actually being serious? Because we do think the Hall of Fame should honor the utility man. There have been some amazing ones. In the middle of the thing, we're interviewing Tony La Russa, who had not fallen asleep at a traffic light. No. He was on the field. He was great, and he said, look, I know you're joking. He's
around.
Like, you're not going to use this part.
As soon as he said we're not going to use this part, we're like we're using this. We're using all of it, including you saying you're not going to use this part.
So you're not going to use this part. But when you have a good utility man, that means if you're on a playoff run or if you're going to the World Series, that means you can carry an extra pitcher. Because now you don't need an extra catcher, second baseman, outfielder. You got a guy who can play all those positions. You can now carry like a guy who you're going to bring in to pitch only to a left-hander. And Tony La Russa did a lot of that. And when you think about that, it's like that guy is so valuable to the team in ways that you don't even realize. And he can even come in and pitch. Struck out Deion Sanders. Backwards K.
Strike out prime
time with a yacker. Throw him a yacker. And so like that for us, it cemented. We're like, this guy belongs, at least deserves recognition. And we got to do that.
I bet you were crushed when they traded Tommy Edman.
We were. I mean, look at how good he was for the Dodgers.
NLCS MVP.
I mean, he was everything. I mean, it's kind of reminding like a current day Eckstein. You know, like he had that rise of like, oh, he's going to rise in the postseason.
And it's so funny because a really good friend of ours is Gar Rines, the batting stance guy. Have you ever seen him?
Yeah,
he is the absolute best. And he is always like, there's always one guy who you don't expect to be that guy who has just like the series of his life. That's it. And it's just incredible. I mean, like you start to think about, who is it? Anthony Reyes? Didn't he have like...
He had the game one start against the Tigers in 06.
And you're just like, this guy came out of... He was good, but I mean, he just came out of nowhere to have just like, and you didn't expect him to have that sort of a game. So if you sort of... I mean, David Freese, decent player, but like that series was... That was his high water mark. Those two at bats.
Where were you guys watching that? Were you in St. Louis? Were you?
No, this is a great story.
What do we got?
So Randy and I were shooting a TV show that we had done on the History Channel called The United Stats of America. We were in Denver, Colorado. We had just shot at the U.S. Mint all day. And we were out at a friend of ours, or the DP, the director of photography, the camera guy, said, hey, my friend is the biggest Cheap Seats fan from our old show, Cheap Seats on ESPN. He said he would love to watch the World Series game. He knows you're Cardinals fans with you out at a bar tonight.
We're like, we're not good people to watch the game with because we get
start
nervous
to get
and you get upset and you start to like get. I'm like, we might say things that make you not like us ever again.
We're going to make you uncomfortable. That's how we get our anxiety out. And then we also, this was like the age of where right around where like people were like filming people when they weren't looking. And we're like, I don't want this to get on the internet, me wishing like horrible things. So, that's how we process the game. So we go start watching the game, and that game 6, we go down. Like, it was at 7-4. Whatever it was, we were down by a lot. And Randy and I are like, we got to go home. We got to go. This will get ugly if we don't get out of here. We got to go. So we head back to the... No, we're trying to get our check paid, and Craig hits the home run. So that's step number 1 of the comeback. All right, well, let's get in the cab and let's just go somewhere quiet where we can watch this. Go back to our hotel. We're in the car, and our friend calls us like, are you watching? And we're like, no, we left. He's like, turn it on. We race to the hotel. We're sitting in the hotel. We're watching, and they tie it up. Then Hamilton hits the home run.
We're like, top of the 10th.
And we're like, this is how it ends. This guy has like a terrible, goes through addiction, battles this, that, flips the ball to the fan who falls and dies. Like, this is his redemption, and he deserves it. And we like made peace with it. We're like, all right, it's over. And then Lance Berkman gets the hit, and Freese hits the triple to like. And meanwhile, they showed in the Cardinals video that Cruz had missed like in practice,
in warm-ups,
a similar ball to that.
I've never seen that part of it.
Crazy.
And did you see that where Cruz said he actually, when they thought they had a 1 in the 9th, he actually scooted in a couple steps because he wanted to be part of the big celebration on the infield.
Yeah.
And then the ball goes 6 inches over his glove.
Like, what does he play for the Washington Commanders? Get your head in the game, bro. So that happened, and we're like, oh my God, I can't believe this. And then we were watching, and we called our mom, and we were talking to her, and just like, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe like they're coming back. And then the Freese home run, we didn't even hear the Joe Buck call, which was just, it was kind of similar to the way the guy from the Dodgers called the Freddie Freeman home run.
Yeah, you're right.
From the Kirk Gibson. And so that just was what made it so great for us, growing up on Jack Buck and growing up on...
And knowing
that Jack Bucket made the call in '91, I guess.
That's right. Twins and Braves. Kirby Puckett.
We will see you tomorrow night. And we love Joe Buck. So, like, to hear that and hear him honor that was, like, just the sweetest and best thing in the world.
And then once that happened, we're like, oh, we're not losing this series. So, I mean, we got it.
We had Ozzie Smith on the show the next morning, and he was, of course, part of the '85 debacle in Game 6.
Sure.
And he said this series is over. There's no way the Rangers can win. And you don't hear athletes talk like that.
That's right.
But since he had lived through that hell with the Dinkinger thing, he knew exactly right.
I mean, you knew that Kansas City was going to win that, which with
100%.
replay, the Cardinals win that. Like, in today's day and age, Worrell tapped the bag. There's a million different directions you can see it, and he's out, and it's over.
And the Cardinals win the World Series.
And the Cardinals win the World Series. But, I mean, truly, truly amazing. Like, this year, when the Dodgers when Freeman hit that, like, home run, we were, like, driving to a show near Compton in like, a headlining a set in Bellflower, and Jay's, like, pulling up to...
I'm, like, half watching it on TV while I'm driving.
You should never watch while you're driving.
Please don't tell my 16-year-old son that I'm doing that. All right. And I'm not seeing it on my phone yet because I'm on a bit of a delay because it's through my phone. I look to my right at a sports bar, and I see it just erupt and throwing beers in the air, people going crazy. And I'm like, so, well, what happened? What happened? And then 1 second later, he hits the home
Freeman
run.
hits the home run. The best is I mean, it's like great. Look, we're Cardinals fans through and through, but we live in L.A. and, you know, our kids grew up in L.A. Not that they're Dodgers fans, but like...
And we know Kirk Gibson.
Yeah, we know Kirk Gibson. So, like, for Freddie Freeman to take the 2 steps, with the bat up there, like he's the Statue of Liberty, and then right as he flips it, Randy Newman, I Love L.A. starts playing. Like, it was just a beautiful moment. So we text Kirk Gibson. We're like, you did this, man. You inspired this to happen. 2 days later, he was like, I was out hunting. That's a great moment. I'm like, you missed it? Come on.
Kirk Gibson. Oh, man.
We'll see the Sklars tomorrow night.
That's
we
right.
will see you.
Tomorrow see us tomorrow night.
Great, nice tie-in. Perfectly done. And we will see you tomorrow night at the Sheldon.
That's exactly right. 8 p.m. Saturday at the Sheldon Concert Hall. You can see the Sklars, Jason and Randy doing 2 different shows as part of the Flyover Comedy Fest. 10 p.m. at
tonight.
the Hot Java Bar.
That's 10 p.m. Hot Java tonight. It's a fun show. That one's like,
I think that might be sold out
or getting there, but tomorrow night's the big one. So Shelly, go to flyovercomedyfest.com. You can get the tickets right on there. It's going to be a blast. It's just so fun to be back. It says so many memories. I mean, like, we were kids who played, like, you know, we played indoor soccer. Like, we remember we had a birthday party at a Steamers game.
Oh,
so that's
Steamers. I was wearing a Steamers hoodie yesterday, and we get all this positive feedback anytime we talk Steamers.
I mean, let's get into it. Don Evert, Carl Rose,
yes.
Slobo Ilievsky.
Yes.
Come on. So, like, always out of the net. Tony Glavin.
Glavin.
Ty Keogh.
Bronco Segota was
Segota. Sammy Bick, Redmond Lane. Jeff Cacciatore. He should have a dish at
the pasta house
Canetto's called Jeff Cacciatore Chicken.
Yeah, he's.
I loved we loved all those guys, and we were just such fans.
Did say Carl Rose?
I said Carl Rose. I said Carl Rose. Those are great players, and just so much fun. And, like, I mean, what, 19,000 people showing up?
That thing, man, that was huge.
PA announcer taking a swing at one of the players. That was a good moment too.
I didn't know that. Tony Glavin, the Pocket Rocket, an unfortunate nickname.
Yeah. Just thank God it was St. Louis who got the Steamers and not Cleveland. That's right. That's right.
Hey, come on now.
You absolutely can say it. We encourage it. The Sklar Brothers in town this weekend. Tonight, Hot Java Bar in the Grove. And tomorrow night, the Sheldon Concert Hall stand-up show at 8 p.m. Flyovercomedyfest.com. Jason, Randy, thank you so much for coming in. It's great to talk it over.
Love you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
There it is. The Sklar Brothers with us here on TMA. We'll take a break. Come back with more on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Missouri squeaks out a win last night against Mississippi Valley State. Final score 111-39. That's right, 111-39. It's the largest margin of victory in Missouri basketball history. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Sklar's in studio. Joe Buck, Joey Vitali. I mean, Doug, what else do you want?
Oh, a Gabe DeArmond, maybe?
You're going to get him at 10:15, brought to you by James Carlton. Mrs. Jenny Shanahan texting in. Saw the Sklars at 2720 Cherokee like 10 years ago, and they were great. Wish I could go tonight, but I screwed up and I had 2 kids in the last 10 years. That's from Mrs. Jenny Shanahan.
Mrs. Jenny Shanahan. Yep. Oh, I see. I like that Sheldon. Have you ever been to a show there?
Yeah.
It's really a cool spot. It's right behind the Fox.
Wash Ave?
Tucked behind the Fox.
Yeah, just west of it, right?
Yeah, just a little bit west. Yeah, fun show. I enjoyed it, guys. Is this 9-3?
Yep.
We're a little off schedule.
Gosh. Yeah, that's what happens. It's kind of a variety hour.
People just walk by. We didn't even know they were coming. We didn't know Joe was coming.
Well, ours is the type of show where friends feel they can drop by at any time.
Okay. One of these surprise line guests is actually going to walk in. So I'll have to.
Oh, so they're going to act like they're calling in and they're going to walk in.
I know. Next week, I think it'll be over the phone. And I think it's nonsense as opposed to necessary.
Was Gary Kornfeld nonsense or necessary?
That was necessary because it was show business that needed to be clarified. Calvin May was necessary.
I agree.
Right.
Kachuk was nonsense.
We had to get to the bottom of why Tim was cut from a no-cut sport.
I felt like it needed to be addressed. It needed
Sounds
to be
like he regrets it, too.
Yeah. Still haunts him.
You can send your emails in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way. Oh, I would say in about 50 minutes. Buck Swope is leading, Jackson. Is that correct? JV golf coach might be tied
They're
with
tied
them?
4-apiece.
Wow, Martin, we're heading down the stretch. You know, in the final week of the month, we'll only have 3 shows. The station is off on Thursday and Friday. So, Doug, does that mean we only have 9 more Design Air Heating and Cooling email today voting sessions?
That's what it sounds like to me.
It's kind of fun when it gets down the stretch. Kind of fun.
Good times. You can't have much more fun than that, than counting down the number of shows we have.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. How about this? Is this fun? Jackson's Awful Dossier in the YouTube chat says Doug looks like a Lil Snack today.
I agree.
A little snack.
Would that be a Little Debbie snack?
Little Debbie. Snack cake. Martin, you brought up the Gary Coleman interview from 2004.
I think it might have been 2010, maybe. Was it?
Right.
It was not Inside Edition, but it was one of those type shows, and he was on set, and there was a lot of questions about his relationship, which had apparently become physical.
What just happened to your boy?
That looked like a laugh and a sneeze all into one.
I'm sorry.
So much dust over there.
I know. I sneezed. My apologies.
No, you don't have to
It was
apologize.
a sneeze. We were concerned, but it was it's like a yelp
I
as
sneeze
well.
weird.
Oh, is that right?
Was that the lone wolf barking? Is that what that was? We finally got the lone wolf barking?
Oh, mighty, right in the middle of the Gary Coleman setup.
I know, my bad.
But he gets really angry, but the host is determined for him to come back.
All right, let's take a listen.
Because she's pushing my buttons, and I don't like her now, and the next thing I'm going to do is leave. So all of you.
Gary, come back.
No, you.
Oh, gosh.
Chairman Kurt watched the video. The video is outstanding. Is it not hilarious?
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's from The Insider, and there's some allegations of domestic abuse, and Gary just was not having any of it.
And Gary was being abused by his wife.
Correct.
Yes. So it's an uncomfortable topic, but she keeps persisting, and he just snaps and says, "You're pushing my buttons," storms off, and it's a little funnier because he's a little guy. He storms off the set. Come back.
I think he has that right, too.
For sure.
As an interviewer, you don't necessarily have the right to just ask any kind of uncomfortable question you want to. The guy was nice enough to show up and do an interview. Doesn't mean you rip him apart.
When's the last guest that stormed out of here? When was that? Swope? When was that?
Oh, yeah, Buck Swope could probably tell us.
I guess it's Jeff Passan. Jeff Passan.
Oh, Jeff Passan,
on the phone.
You asked Mickey, what was the wrestler's name?
Rorick.
No.
Mickey James.
Mickey James, thank you, Chairman. Mickey Rourke played the wrestler, however.
Yeah,
and Doug asked her about her adult film career, and then we heard the PR person jump in on the line and say, okay, guys, time to...
Got to wrap it up now. That'll do it. All I did was Google her name to see who the hell she was.
That's the kind of show prep you can get on TMA.
Yeah.
Wreck me, Doug.
Okay, knock it off.
Gluten-free perk. All right, we're going to have the Colonel at 10:15. Martin's got things. And do you have things right now that you want to tell people about? You do, and it's Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's Seth Goldcamp.
Why didn't he hold the sign over this way?
Because he's got a sneezing situation.
Well, I get it's like distributing. I distribute the ball to Tim, who then gives it to you in the post, and you finish with
It's
the left
like
hand.
a flea flicker over here just to get to Design Air.
It's not that hard, though.
It's a lot
Seth
simpler.
deserves it.
Yeah, if you want to get online, it's much easier than a Jackie handoff to Tim, throws it behind the line. It's all part of the plan. Even if we're down at halftime, it's part of the plan. So is calling Design Air for an appointment to check out your HVAC system. Winter is a-coming. I know we've had a great fall. We had a lot of nice weather. It's been unbelievable, but it's going to get cold, and you want to make sure your HVAC is working right. DesignAir.net is where you can set up your appointment. And if the heating system's not working right, it is stressful. And you have somebody come out, you want them to fix it. You don't want them selling you a new unit that you don't need, and that's something Design Air really prides themselves on. They work with their employees, train them, in fact, to be there to do the repair. If you need a replacement, they will let you know. But if it's just a repair, they're going to do that. It can be stressful, and you don't need the added stress of somebody trying to upsell you on a new HVAC system. Seth Goldcamp and the family have been doing this for years, over tens of thousands of satisfied customers since 1904. This is a fourth-generation St. Louis business, longest-running TMA supporter. I don't know if they are
that right there.
I don't know if they're proud of that longest-running TMA supporter. Yeah,
I mean,
reputation's all that matters to them, and that's because you deserve a great experience. You can go online at designair.net, set up your appointment right there online, or you can just call Jackson and he can tell Tim to tell me, and then I'll help you set up the appointment. It's really up to you.
DesignAirService.com, longest-running TMA sponsor the email today. Send yours in. See if you can compete with Buck Swope and a JV golf coach the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Gabe DeArmond's going to be with us at 10:15. Missed anything on the program? Podcast via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app, and Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the separate TMA STL app. Download both. Joe Buck with us in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Joey Vitali with us in this 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour, and the Sklar Brothers in studio as they will be performing at the Flyover Comedy Festival both tonight in the Grove and tomorrow at the Sheldon Concert Hall. Check out the Sklar Brothers in studio with us, and you can go back and podcast anything via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. You can call Chairman Kurt, the Kerber and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. You get on the air. It's a magical thing. This is TMA, and it's on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Krupin.
Nice.
Oh, man, this is like a remix. Yeah, this is the PFG at Crestwood Mall Food Court, 91.
The
What
PFG?
day was it?
Well, that was a Saturday. We always would do Saturdays there, right outside Sparrow. Welcome back. It's the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Joe Buck, Joey Vitali, Sklar Brothers, and coming up, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Martin, what's on your dossier for the weekend? Because I know you have a thing, so you have to get out of here.
Yeah, a lot of things to get to this weekend. Jackson's now helped me at home. He's printing out dossiers for around the house.
Good job, Jackson.
Yep.
Got a few things to do around the house. Actually, dinner.
what
The
do we
missus
got?
and I, we're going to go to Citizen Kane's on Saturday night.
What do you get at Citizen Kane's?
Steak.
No. Specific cut, baby. Specific cut.
I'm kind of a New York strip guy. Just as a rule, my wife always gets the filet.
I ordered a filet one night. I was lucky enough to be dining on one of those Rams trips with Jack Snow, and he called me a bit of a dandy for getting a filet.
Yeah. A man needs a cattleman's cut.
Cattleman's cut.
He needs just the biggest chunk of meat you can get.
Jack Snow got mad because I didn't want to play 18 holes in Macomb. I said, let's just play at 9. He goes, what's wrong with you? I said, I just want to play 9 holes. I don't want to play. It's like it's 6 in the morning. So we're playing 18. That's what you do. And I said, who invented that? Why don't we play 14 and stop? He goes, what's wrong with you? I said, I don't want to play 18 holes.
He's a man's man. He'd get the cattleman's cut, Doug. I guarantee.
Cattleman's cut? Well, I haven't not been to Citizen Kane's in a long time.
It's so good.
Got his gift cards. I hope they're not expired.
Give him some tongue meat.
Yep.
Oh. You wouldn't go there and order tongue.
Come on, mostly projects around the house. I had cleared my slate. We don't have the trivia night tonight. I'll probably still go by St. Gabe's and field some questions.
I'll be there as well.
I'll see you guys there.
Yeah.
I won't be going there.
No, why not? You get to look at the banners.
Well, it got canceled, so I'm not going to just hang out at a grade school.
Jeez, you kind of talk with like a disgusted tone.
Might be a little awkward. A fella could get arrested for just hanging out at a grade school where he doesn't belong.
St. Gabriel's has banners. People come out, especially if I go pick up food at Biggie's, see Stephen Wildwood, then drive by St. Gabriel's, and then head back home.
Okay.
Maybe stop by my parents'
I was going to
place.
say, what about your parents?
Yeah, stop by
all
there.
these stops, none of them included family.
I feel like I get my father every day on the show since he's essentially co-host.
Is he offended by it?
You know, we were talking a couple days ago. He's a big fan of the show, and he was not a big fan of some of the slap and tickle, or he just couldn't find it on HD2.
That was probably it.
Well, both. Probably both. Tied for first, yeah, clearly.
That's exactly right.
I've had people my age come up to me in the last couple of weeks and say, I heard you on the radio. I've been doing a show for 17 years.
And you say that excitedly like a brag.
Just now, first time heard me on the radio.
I've had friends say, oh, are you filling in over there? I've heard you pop up on the radio there. Like, no, it's their show. I'm just kind of stopping by.
Yeah, I notice you kind of disassociate yourself.
For the lawsuits.
Hey, I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No, we don't meet anyone.
IRC is a wonderful sponsor of this program. That's Chris Pondoff and his passion project, which has turned into a place that many in the St. Louis metropolitan area can count on as they transform their story at Illinois Recovery Center. Online at IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Are you or is a loved one, a close friend, battling abuse, battling addiction? Well, that's where the Illinois Recovery Center can come into play. They have a holistic healing approach with expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, a tailored program for lasting recovery with top-notch facility and accommodation. It truly is a campus. I have visited it and I've seen firsthand, and I'm thrilled to see the response from the community to what they are doing at Illinois Recovery Center. The number is 888-472-9559, or you can visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. It's Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center, whether you have made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one. The chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. Go online at IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Gabe DeArmond going to join us at 10:15. Jackson's got his Friday six-shooter. Doug, you love the six-shooter.
What? It's okay. What? It's all right. It's fine for you. It's good. It's a good thing for you.
Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Martin, unfortunately, you're going to get online at Citizen Kane's.
I got to go. I'm going to go. Did they do that for the tickets, playoff tickets? You know, the Cardinals
get in line.
just kind of camp out. I think I'll just camp out overnight so I can get in there first in the morning.
Get in there.
People are saying you got to get the ribeye, and then they said, but Tim said, They're going to go filet. Whatever Timmy says is what they're going to choose.
It's filet, but Jack Snow would frown on it.
Don't be pressured into getting it rare.
No, I'm not a rare.
What do you go? You go medium rare.
Yeah, but there's that plus now you can add. You say, I'll do a little rare plus.
Oh, I'm
medium
not aware
plus.
of this.
You can add a plus to it.
Really?
Yeah.
Gets
Sports
another
plus.
minute. Medium is fine. You don't need to be eating.
That's how I like it,
But a
Doug.
tick
Raw
below medium.
Medium rare.
I like it.
Hey, you know what? Some people like some things and some people like other
that's
things.
true.
Producer Joe, think about that. That's the mantra of this program. Martin, have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you at St. Gabriel's in the parking lot tonight.
We'll be fielding questions. We'll at least do one round, okay?
Let's do one round of trivia. Colonel's going to join us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, plus Jackson six-shooter in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN. Might have a new emailer, Doug. Somebody wants to know what the email address is for the show. I'll be happy to share it. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. 618, there you go. Compete. See if you can compete with Buck Swope. See if Chairman Carter let you through. His filter is a fortress. His filter is a fortress.
Yeah, it's not easy to get through now. In fact,
you're sideways with Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man about your filter being a fortress?
He just likes to go on Facebook and create a ruckus about it.
Oh, does he?
This is on him, not on me.
All right, we'll see if Butchie responds. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. James Carlton presents the Colonel coming up at 10:15. And Jackson's got the Friday six-shooter on the program, which has already had Joe Buck, Joey Vitali, and the Sklar Brothers in studio. You can go back and podcast anytime you want. It's the TMA STL app presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. This hour is brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. That's how you can get into the program and partake. And you can watch it on YouTube. And a lot of people think Doug looks like a little dish today. And I don't know. I think you always
dish.
do. But today, I guess maybe it's the
blue sweater,
bringing out the color of your eyes.
Okay.
Kind of looks like your Roy Williams in 2005 on the sidelines at the Dome for a scrimmage right before the boys take on ILL.
Okay, might coach up Carolina today later.
Yep. God, that just reminded me that they play the Final Four sometimes in football stadiums, and it's just so bad.
Oh, now Jackson's in a bad place.
Oh, you didn't like it when it was here at the Dome?
No, put it in a basketball arena. The seats are terrible. The atmosphere sucks when you do that. I hate that.
But it's a TV show. And
it makes a TV show worse.
You make a lot more money at the venue, and it's just a TV show that the whole nation is watching anyway.
It's the what do I call it, Tim? The creative capitalistic threshold. Where
what in the world are you talking about?
Well, or seriously stop. We get rid of some of the great creative aspects of things because of money.
That's right.
And that's a prime example.
Works.
I know.
Ain't that America for you and me? Ain't that America we're something to see? Ain't that America little pink houses for you and me? Think about that.
Okay, I'm not going to think about any of that.
Who wants to watch John Cougar Mellencamp? Your call.
I don't know who wants to watch a basketball game from the nosebleeds of the Dome.
Oh, yeah, they're terrible seats in person. But you still pay a couple $100 to get in there.
Yeah, the court is 94 feet long. It's just it's not built for a football arena. That's what frustrates me.
I went to see Mizzou play St. Louis U there years ago. Sat in like the absolute top row.
Could you see
I went
anything?
right at the last minute. Schnook said, "Hey, we got $5 tickets." Went, an hour before the game started. We went and bought them and then went. And I was sitting next to Lou Brock.
Oh, nice.
And he said, "What are you doing up here?" I said, "What are you doing up here?" And Larry Hughes got hurt that game, and we didn't even know it. We couldn't even see who it was that got hurt. We knew someone got carried off. Turned out to be Larry Hughes.
It's pretty simple, Comrade Burkett. It's about money. You're such a commie. Steve nailed it earlier. You should play his mic drop again. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Well, therein lies the rub, man. This is what happens: is you get worse products at the cost of money. And that's
what else has been ruined because of money?
You got how much time you got? It's only a 4-hour program.
Just give me an example or two.
Doug isn't a friend of the six-shooter anyway.
Yeah, for real. Roy Williams over there busting my chops. Oh, there's so many different things.
Go ahead.
You can look at the way Game of Thrones ended. I think we all would have preferred it wait until George R.R. Martin finished writing it, and we could have got a quality ending. Instead, they rushed it, and we got what we got. And now it's a little bit tainted. Now there are people. Tim doesn't watch House of the Dragon because of the taste Game of Thrones left in his mouth.
That's correct. That is true.
Yeah,
and that was about money. They wanted to capitalize while it was hot.
Yes, absolutely. And I get that from their perspective, but that's what happens. That costs you.
Listen how riled up this Jax guy is. He must have been up late watching Kamala and Megan Thee Stallion hype videos. That's from Mr. Siders. He's critical of your 7-iron distance. Megan Thee Stallion in a hype video?
I don't know. I don't think so.
What is that?
I like some of Megan Thee Stallion's music. I don't know if I'd watch a hype video.
Doug, watch this. Body, yaddy, 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 yaddy.
That's great music. It's fantastic music.
Can you ask Gabe if it's true that Mizzou pumps in crowd noise in the south end zone? There was a Oklahoma beat writer, I guess. Mm-hmm. This is what happens when fans become...
Bingo.
And he was accusing Missouri of pumping in noise in the south end zone and that impacting Oklahoma's usually well-oiled machine of an offense.
Yep.
So we'll talk with the Colonel about that. You're welcome to send in your questions to the Colonel. He's going to join us coming up next. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, because Martin had to leave for a thing, Jackson Burkett with you. It's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour on TMA. This show is presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. Let's go and make some sweet, sweet cash at Underdog. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. Oh, I bet Saquon did you well last night. Saquon's doing everybody well every week. He was off and running in the second half for Philadelphia. What do you like this weekend? Well, this season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries, discounts where you'll get adjusted projections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at a big
big W. And free picks, they're basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdogs Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Oh, my. I'll take your sandstorm and I'll raise you with Tina E. Missouri is where I live. Mm-hmm. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
whoa. This explains Missouri's good home record.
That's right.
You can't come into their building and hear this and walk out with a
What
W.
if they would have played this at Bryant-Denny instead of Dixieland Delight?
Different outcome completely.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Gabe DeArmond joins us every Monday and Friday. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. And he's with us here on the Kerber and Thompson phone lines, the Colonel of PowerMizzou.com. Morning, Colonel.
After years of playing this song, how has this not caught on? Like, I've never heard it anywhere else. I don't understand.
Well, the show doesn't have much of an audience, and that's probably Roman numeral number
that
one.
Could be a contributing factor.
That's just Roman numeral number one. Colonel, I was browsing that PowerMizzou.com forum, the Tiger's Lair. Doug, you ever go to the Tiger's Lair?
Well, not as often as I'd like.
Yeah. Well, how about this? From Gabe DeArmond, posted 2 hours ago as of this morning. If I had to make an educated guess who starts at quarterback, I'd go with Brady Cook. How about that, Colonel? Give us your reasoning.
Well, first of all, the first indication was when he was listed as doubtful this week. He was listed as doubtful against Alabama. We were pretty sure he was going to play. He did. He was listed as questionable against Oklahoma. We were pretty sure he wasn't going to play. He didn't. So, like, I think Eli Drinkwitz has played some games with these availability reports, but just kind of, you know, he hadn't been ruled out. Like, last week, there was almost no chance he was playing. The hope always, I think, was, you know, I was even hearing last week, like, hey, South Carolina's not out of the question. And just kind of things I'm hearing, I think if he can give it a go, he's going to give it a go. Will he finish the game? I don't know. But and I want to be clear, like, I don't know. I'm not saying Brady Cook is the starter. Just based on what I hear, that's where I'm leaning.
Well, and it could be that the defense might be just as big a factor. South Carolina's put up some big numbers on some teams, including A&M, put 44 up on them. You think Mizzou defense can handle them and keep them in check?
Yeah, I mean, they've really run the ball well. They're not a great passing offense. I've said this a few times. Lenora Sellers reminds me of watching Brad Smith. Just the way he runs, you know, he's tough to bring down. He's a great runner. They don't have a lot of weapons in the passing game. So if you can find a way to control Sellers running and Rocket Sanders, then, you know, force them to throw the football to beat you. We'll see if they can do it. Now, it's easier said than done. Not a lot of people have done it, especially here second half of the season. But, you know, I don't think that South Carolina is going to put up 40 or anything. I think Missouri will have a shot, but the South Carolina defense is the bigger concern to me than the offense.
I was watching your podcast, Gabe, with the South Carolina 24/7 sports beat writer, and getting his perspective on the game. And you made the observation that if Missouri keeps games close, as of the last couple of years, it has been to their benefit. It is a team that has found a way to win. Whereas on the other side of things, South Carolina has run into problems. We saw it in a game against LSU that they really probably should have won. I don't know if you can say that about the Alabama game, but it certainly was there to tie when they missed a wide open receiver. They might have been tight end for the 2-point conversion. So your thought process in that conversation was if Missouri can be lurking going into the fourth quarter, that's all that they can ask. Your thought process on the two teams and their approaches and the way they play in tight games.
Yeah, I mean, South Carolina's healthier right now. They're playing better, so if they're at home, they really think they owe Missouri for 5 straight losses, you know, in this series. So I guarantee they're going to be geared up. Fan base is going to be geared up. So given all those things, if I'm Missouri, I'm going just get me to the fourth quarter with a shot. And I really do think like this team just believes it's going to win when it gets in those situations. And I don't know if that's a thing that plays out or not, but they've done it a lot. I remember we had the same conversation going into the Auburn game. At that point, Missouri was 6-0 in one-score games in the last 2 years, and Auburn was 1-5. And what happened? They got in a one-score game. Missouri found a way, and Auburn didn't. So, yeah, I think if you're Missouri, you just say, hey, get me to 10 minutes in a one-score game, and I'll take my chances.
I'm assuming Mizzou's practices are still closed, so you can't see who all's playing and who's not playing?
Yeah, we always got to go over for like 45 minutes on Tuesday up until Brady Cook got hurt against Alabama. We have not been allowed back since, and I assume we'll not be allowed back the rest of the year. They'll probably open bowl practices. But.
Well, that makes it hard to cover the team, doesn't it, at times? Or do they care?
No, they don't care.
No.
Absolutely, they don't care. I mean, this is college football, right? It always cracks me up that the NFL, where like this is guys' jobs, and you know the NFL injury reports have to be done because media goes to practice every week. I don't know that they go every day, but they're out there on a regular basis, and they talk to there's interviews 2, 3, 4 days a week leading up to games in the NFL. College football, here's 3 guys we picked for you on Monday or on Tuesday, and then. You might get to see a stretch. You might not. We'll make that determination based on who's hurt. It's really odd, but hey, that's the way it is.
We try to make people money on this program with our picks, and last week I went 1-5. So there's a lot of credibility with them. But I noticed that on Power Mizzou, your cohort Gerard Hamilton, he is 8-1 on his plays on Missouri games this year, and you're 7-2. Are you guys factoring in the spread, or are you just sharps?
No, these are just straight up. Like we just pick who's going to win the game, so it's not that hard.
You both are on. Well, I don't want to ruin the picks. People subscribe, Doug, so we're not going to give.
No, don't do that.
That's a free story. We both pick South Carolina.
Oh.
I picked Missouri to cover, I think.
Yeah, you both have Missouri covering, but South Carolina winning.
Yeah. I think I picked 24-12. This team. I mean, playing South Carolina with you don't know what you're getting out of your quarterback. Your starting center's out. It's just not a great recipe.
Hey, I got a bet with Jackson here. He says there's going to be 3 or fewer teams in the college football playoff from the SEC. I think he's bat crap crazy, and I think I'm going to win $20 that he should probably pay me already. What is your opinion, Colonel?
Yeah, I think there will probably be 4. I mean, there's going to be 4 from the Big Ten, probably. Can't be any more than 4 from the Big Ten. Like the 5th place team in the Big Ten is 6-4 Iowa.
Nice.
So that's out. The only way there's only 3 from the SEC is if all those Big Ten teams get in. If Notre Dame gets in, then if either the ACC or the Big 12 becomes a 2-bid league, the Big 12 has the best shot, which would be BYU going 12-0 and then losing the conference title game. If Miami goes into the ACC title game at 11-1 and loses, I don't feel great about their chances. I mean, they haven't really beat anybody. So I think you'll get 4 SEC teams, would be my guess.
Do you think that the rankings that we saw this past weekend, college football podcast, Reese Davis, for example, stands out to me as one person who most people in our audience would recognize that name, but he's certainly not the only one. Just beside himself that Georgia would be on the outside looking in. Obviously, they control their own destiny with getting Tennessee and Georgia Tech to finish the season. But that if you're sitting there going, my gosh, Georgia Tech has the toughest schedule in the country, pick Indiana, pick BYU, pick other teams, whether they be from the Big Ten or the SEC, and what record would they have? In other words, if Georgia somehow were on the outside looking in with that schedule, it's going to incentivize teams to schedule as lightly as possible. What is your opinion of the way that the college football playoff rankings sit and the message they're sending schedule-wise?
Well, my biggest problem with these rankings is they should not do them during the season. This is done to be a TV show to get people talking and, frankly, to get people angry. Like, we've seen it over and over. Last year, Georgia went from 1 to 6 because the last ranking, they lost to Alabama by, I think, a field goal in the SEC title game. And they said, well, we have to find a way for them not to be in the playoffs, so we have to put them down at number 6. You know, a few years ago, remember when TCU and Baylor were, like, right there at 3-4, and whoever won, they just said, yeah, we just don't think they should be in. So the last one, we're just going to move them out. These rankings don't matter at all. Like, they put them out. They're a TV show, and that's all they are. All they do with these rankings 5 weeks ahead of time is set themselves up to look stupid. And I guess it works. Hey, it's like it's honestly, it's like every other show on ESPN. All they do is say things to get people talking about it. They don't really care what you think of it. And so, yes, I think college football forever has told you just schedule as easy as you can. Just get wins, and that's going to impress people. I mean, if you go through the top 25 at the end of last year, it was the unbeaten team won it, and then it was everybody with 1 loss, and then starting with, I forget, I think Missouri was the top 2 loss teams, but then it was everybody with 2 losses. All they did is go down the records, you know, and fans twist themselves into a pretzel. I mean, I've had fans say, look, Missouri should be above, above like LSU and South Carolina because they've lost 3 games. But Missouri should also be above Indiana because they haven't played anybody. I mean, you have to go one way or the other. It can't be both.
You think we got a guy here, Kurt, has made a big chart on what Chairman Kurt, on what needs to happen for Mizzou to get in the playoffs. You see any chance at all of them getting in the playoffs?
I mean, it takes chaos. You need Notre Dame out of the way. You might need Miami to lose again. It would help you if Indiana lost again. And then their problem is there's 7 SEC teams that have a chance, and they are clearly 7th in that pecking order. I mean, Alabama and A&M, if they lose 3 games, I can still make a pretty easy argument they deserve to get in over 10-2 Missouri because, I mean, they pounded Missouri head-to-head. And then, you know, if you take a team like Georgia, we were just talking about 9-3 against the best schedule in the country versus 10-2 Missouri, whose best win would be at South Carolina. That's a debate. So I think their biggest problem is there's just too many teams in their league. If you're talking, they need 5 SEC teams to get in, and they need like Ole Miss to lose a game they probably shouldn't lose. They need either A&M or Alabama to lose probably twice. I just think it's not impossible, but I just think we're spending time talking about something that is very, very unrealistic. And look, it might be all over. Missouri goes and loses tomorrow, then none of this matters at all.
Yeah.
Final question. How about that Mississippi Valley State Club?
Yes.
Yeah, not super impressive. As I wrote last night, think that's the worst team I've ever seen play at Mizzou Arena. And I was
I thought that's what you sent to our group text. Did you actually write that in your column too?
Yeah, I did write it in my post.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they had, I think, so my favorite stat was if Missouri had only made 2-point shots, they would have won. If they had only made 3-point shots, they would have won. Because they made more of both of those than Mississippi Valley State made total shots in the game.
Nice.
Had 13 field goals, and I think it was like 23 or 24 turnovers. Did have a solid 3 to 23 assist to turnover ratio, though.
Wouldn't you think a really good high school team could have played closer than 111 to 39?
No. You would think so.
No.
I think they probably could.
I mean, on the right night, yeah, maybe not every night, but sometimes.
Yeah, really good team.
Like, are we talking like one of the best teams in the country?
No, best team in Missouri.
No.
Because they're going to probably have a Division One.
Like probably Camdenton, they probably could have kept
like IMG.
Lakers. Yeah. Jackson, your 2014 Ladue team that beat Tatum?
Had some talent, but no, I still don't think. I mean, these are some of the best players in the world.
Have you guys seen Marceline play this year?
What's that, Colonel?
Have you seen Marceline play this year?
I think you watched a lot of their film.
I have. I've seen quite a bit of them. I don't mind them. They get hot. They could scare somebody.
Missouri hosts Rock Chalk at noon on Sunday, December 8th. You going to be there, Jackson?
Probably not.
Oh, you're passing.
Well, expensive tickets.
Here's the worst part about that. That's the same. Like that's almost exactly the same time as the college football playoff selection and bowl announcements and stuff.
How are you going to handle it?
I don't know yet.
Oh, God, that speaks volumes. Missouri's playing Kansas, and you might stay at home to watch the show. God almighty.
I might have to be on YouTube, Tim. We've got the man.
Yes, the post-game show. Doug, that's where I'll be watching tomorrow, right before I go to that first-grade parents' party.
Yeah, boy, you're going to have a wild day for yourself.
Watching Gabe on YouTube.
You better slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm out of control. Colonel, always enjoy the conversation. We'll be looking forward to the post-game show on powermizzou.com and all of the coverage before and after Gabe Bjarman, brought to you by James Carlton. Thank you, Colonel.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right, thanks, Gabe.
Brought to you by James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. He has 394 5-star reviews. That's like a couple weeks old. I bet he has more than that now, Doug.
Over 400, no doubt. Yeah.
I think it might be right around 400 on the nose.
Okay, good.
400 5-star reviews for James Carlton and his team in Webster Groves. This one from Lauren Bryant, friend of the show, obviously. Today I had the pleasure of meeting with James Carlton and his team at State Farm in regard to an event I work with through the American Cancer Society from the very beginning. James was incredibly supportive and enthusiastic about our mission. His dedication to community involvement truly sets him apart. James provided invaluable assistance by offering generous financial support. If you're looking for an insurance agent who goes above and beyond to support local initiatives, look no further than James Carlton. We're incredibly grateful for his partnership and look forward to collaborating with him again in the future. He's a wonderful person, a wonderful agent who runs one hell of an insurance agency. Make the switch. They do all the paperwork for you. Just go to carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. Jackson's 6-shooter coming your way. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way. Then BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. The program is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues lose last night, off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow as they take on the Boston Bruins. It's a noon puck drop, 11 a.m. pregame right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA, Braun and Krupin, presenting sponsor, Munganess, 10 o'clock hour. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today coming your way. Matter of moments. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Joe Buck with us. Joey Vitali with us. The Sklar Brothers in studio. Gabe Bjarman, brought to you by James Carlton. I don't know. What else do you want, Doug?
I don't know. I don't want anything else at this point.
Well, then Jackson's going to serve you up a delicious dessert, and it's called the 6-Shooter, followed by the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and you're going to leave here with your belly full.
Oh.
All right, Jackson.
We got a 6-shooter question?
Yeah.
I do. It's a little on the goofier side, but it's sports related. We talked earlier about, what did we talk about that led me to think this?
Somebody
You're making up the question right now, aren't you?
Somebody
Did the NBA make it here?
No.
Mount Rushmore of St. Louis athletes.
No. Joey Vitali mentioned Drew Bannister wore the Stone Cold Steve Austin.
You don't have to act like you're reading this.
I'm not reading it, I promise you.
But I'm just telling you, don't have to act like it.
Was I acting like it?
Yeah.
Okay. Joey Vitali was talking about Drew Bannister wearing that Stone Cold Steve Austin shirt.
Oh, sure.
And it had me think, the guys that wear the suits behind the bench and baseball.
Yeah, the coaches.
Yes, the coaches. And then obviously in baseball, the managers wear the actual uniform, which is kind of goofy if you think about it. Mm-hmm. What would be the funniest sport where the coach would dress up like the players?
Football. They had a helmet and shoulder pads on.
All right, we can move to question 2.
Kind of weird, wouldn't it?
I was thinking hoops.
You're always thinking hoops.
Think of George.
Quit trying to groom us.
Think of George Karl wearing a Denver Nuggets uniform on the sideline. No undershirt, just in a little jersey. Wouldn't that be funny?
Would be strange. We'll give you second, but hockey might be second place too.
If they're standing on the bench with skates on.
Right. Harry Davis Payne.
Harry Davis Payne, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, well, that didn't
No,
that
at
didn't
least
work
it's
as well
some
as I thought it
fascinating
would.
discussion.
I didn't think that was...
I'm starting to think the 6-shooter doesn't exist.
The 6-shooter, I just have so much, and some of it is
So that was the lead. That tells you the kind of surplus of questions that are sitting in the...
All right, fine. Then I'm going to do it. I've been waiting to do this one.
Oh, here we go.
Do you think that baths get an unfair public assessment? Is taking a bath an acceptable form of bathing, or is it simply soaking in your own filth?
Doug's going to walk out.
What in the world?
And then who do you think is the most famous or powerful person who takes regular baths?
I'm actually going to walk out.
How would we know who takes a bath?
If you had to guess.
As opposed to a shower.
Well, if you had to guess. And then do you think baths are an acceptable way to bathe?
Well, of course.
I don't know. Some people think that you're just sitting in your own filth. It's like a relaxation thing, not necessarily like a way to clean yourself. I want your thoughts.
When's the last time you took a bath, Doug?
Oh, it's been a long time. Long time.
Do you ever draw yourself a bath?
Yeah, every time I take a bath, I have to draw it first. No, gosh, what a question. Who do I think might take a bath as opposed to a shower?
Like Sir Ben Kingsley. I bet he takes a bath.
I guess maybe someone in a wheelchair would probably take a bath.
I bet Drink ran himself a nice bubble bath
you think
after
he
the
draws
Oklahoma
a bath?
win. Yeah.
I think he draws a bath.
Who's the college football coach who wouldn't use soap after a loss?
Oh, that was Syracuse coach Fran Brown, I think is his name.
Mm-hmm. There's a president got stuck in a tub. Yeah,
Bill Taft.
Yeah.
Well, these questions are
Criticism would be acceptable today.
What a great question. Real brain tickler. Great convo starter. I think it took all of 4 seconds for Doug and KG to cook up an answer. Barely enough time for Tim to open his Instagram. That's from Brian Henshin. And he says Anthony Richardson is going to quarterback for the Colts this weekend, and he's going to find out who they are playing.
Okay.
So the opponent is, let's see. Guys, I'm a huge bath man. Love watching my Tennis float to the top and bob like a mini apple?
Oh.
That's from Ernie Bjorkman.
See, we didn't need that.
Do you think Gene Shallot's taking baths?
Is he still alive?
Yeah.
He is?
Probably. He didn't want to get that hair wet.
He'd
I bet
be
he would
100
sit in the
years
bath.
old, wouldn't he?
He's 98, and I bet he takes a bath. He went to U of I.
What made you think of Gene Shalit?
I'm looking up famous old people, and I'm seeing if I think that they...
He's at the top of the list.
Just cruising into the weekend.
They have a walk-in bathtub, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, so Jackson watched Saltburn again last night because he has a soft cow for Barry Keoghan and let it seep his way into morning sports talk radio. Nice work! Some Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I'm not...
Did you watch Saltburn last night?
No.
Did you have a soft cow for Barry Keoghan?
I love Barry Keoghan.
Yeah.
Do you?
Of course, dating Sabrina Carpenter, and he's a wonderful actor himself.
Yeah.
But that would not cause any soft cows, nor was it the catalyst for this question.
Kim Jong-un bathes in the tubs of his servants' tears. Real talk. That's from Sweet Sweet Kai, who's working on the fairways in Martha's Vineyard.
Okay.
Jackson's buddy.
What about like Bill Shatner? You think he's taking the bath?
Has he ever taken a bath? Of
No,
course.
I'm just trying to think of people who are like actively taking baths.
Well, how are you going to know?
I know that's the
real mystery of it.
Well, I was trying to ask you guys.
This is the worst question I've ever heard.
I like the question.
I've asked worse. Thank you, KG. You're
Who
filling in
takes
for Martin
bath?
for my alliance.
Yeah.
The question is, who takes a
Has
bath?
to simp for Jackson.
It's true.
2 days in a row with these low IQ questions. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer. More like a suck shooter. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
You're better than that.
If Mizzou wins on Saturday, I will do nothing but baths for a week straight.
Wow.
All right.
Fight Tiger.
I'll live stream it.
Well, one place you'll never take a bath is at Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
Yep. Beautiful segue.
No baths taken there. You're going to get a great deal, whether you're looking for a new or a used car, or if you need your car serviced. You didn't have to buy it there to get it serviced there. And once you go through the service operation there with Ryan Seiberg at the helm, you'll say, why would I ever take my car anywhere else? That's what I do. Once you have a car guy, it's just gold. You know that this is exactly where you're going to go, whether you need a service or a major repair. Munganess Alton Toyota or Munganess St. Louis Acura, either place will just take fantastic care of you. They even supply us with a secret phone number straight to the muckety mucks. 314-252-0029. You did not write it down. Here it comes again. 314-252-0029. The Muckety Mucks always want to be accessible to the listeners. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess, and of course Ryan Seiberg in the service department. They will take great care of you as they've taken great care of us. You ought to check out their websites to take a look at the cars they've got there too. stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Great dealerships. We use them. We have for years, and we will continue to. Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
Doug, these texts are coming in, and they're
not happy. I'm sure they're
sharp.
not.
Libby Jack Probs doesn't put his hand over his heart during the anthems. Baths. What a dildo. That's from our Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
I got a page 6 article of celebrities who've been photographed in the bath. A lot of stars.
Can we hear a few? Is it for a show or something?
Sprinkling.
Ricky Gervais was in the bath. Mariah Carey. January Jones.
January Jones from Mad Men.
Yeah. Justin Bieber. FK Twigs. Floyd Mayweather. A lot of stars here. J-Lo.
Ooh, that gives you something to do this weekend.
And we were supposed to know these names?
No, I'm not. It wasn't like a quiz. I was just thinking, who do you think would take it? Like, take a look and they're like, I bet they take a bath.
How can you tell?
Well, that was the question.
Jack Lemmon and Hugh Beaumont used to play Mash the Castle Towers in the bath. I think there's a video out there. It's from Hugh Beaumont's giant flesh bath.
Isn't that
Ward Cleaver?
Yes, it was.
Don't you think Jack Lemmon would have probably been with, what was his part? Who's
Walter Matthau.
Walter Matthau. Don't you think they probably...
Just because guys are friends don't mean they sleep together.
Wasn't Walter Matthau in Shampoo, though?
Doug?
I don't know.
Who was in Shampoo?
That was Warren Beatty.
Warren Beatty. He probably took a bath.
He took the high hard one up against a tree in West Virginia, right?
No, that was Ned Beatty.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Ned.
Well, his brother took the high hard one.
Warren Beatty is the one who slept with every Hollywood starlet in town.
Right.
Allegedly.
Yeah. He was supposed to be in Boogie Nights.
What was it? Burt Reynolds?
He was supposed to be.
Is that right?
And then him and Beatty couldn't come to agreement on it, and so it went to Burt Reynolds.
That's a good little fun fact there. See,
nice.
the bath segment paid off right there at the end.
And it was supposed to be, it was theorized it was going to be Leo DiCaprio, not Mark Wahlberg.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Is that right?
That is inside scoop.
But what film did Leo do instead?
Titanic?
Indeed.
Not that. Doug, you're learning things here in the bath segment. The bath segment, it's a hit. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way next. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan here to talk to you about a new sponsor on TMA. That sponsor is Aesthetic Design and Build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all of the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really have answers for it all. Now, the best thing that they do is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmick discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research. They are confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. The website is aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or call them at 636-532-5008. I've gotten to know Dan and his team, think the world of them. They've been to my house to take a look at possibly doing some work with us. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, 636-532-5008, aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know I sent you their way. Loverboy, red leather pants. Think about it. TMA presented to you by Brown and Krupin, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 10 o'clock hour, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Okay. Buck Swope and JV golf coach tied at 4. My cousin Vinny's got a win in there. I think Alan Dadeville's got one too. Let's see what we got here, Doug.
40-year-old hockey player logging 30-plus minutes, jumping Jehoshaphat's. Tim does 4 hours every day, and he's the best. And that's why the filtering of my emails is an insult to Tim. Nobody reads/edits on the fly better. Nobody! But this email is about the first time I saw a guy get painfully racked. My buddy Floyd's dad had a new boyfriend that didn't want to go all the way. Oh. After 2 hours of him griping about being all backed up, my buddy Butchie had flat out had it. All of a sudden, Butchie drops to one knee like a romantic proposal. Then just starts going to town on Mr. Doug, do you pronounce this Kaczynski's?
This got through the filtering system? This is not a sports-related email.
Chairman?
You wanted Butchie, you got it, Doug.
Oh, I didn't want Butchie.
Mr. Kaczynski's family jewels. He looked like Ken Norton Jr. pounding the goalpost. Well, Rob Bass hit the nail on the head because it was joy and pain, sunshine and rain. And by rain, I mean the ottoman was soaked.
Oh, gosh.
That's from Finn-ish, has a middle name with an initial of N and then the last name Zidom.
Finish in Zidom.
In 2002, I purchased domain names for several potential websites in hopes of cashing in one day. Here are some website names I'm looking to sell for the low price of $15,000. First, we have billetdads.com. Do you want to tongue kiss a married guy who recently found out that his wife hooked up with a 19-year-old hockey player? The most vulnerable, soft-bodied dads are waiting to snuggle you like a Frank Haith body pillow.
What?
Up next, check out onlywalruses.com. This site automatically redirects to the TMA subreddit page so you can find a blubbery neckbeard who can only achieve an erection when he hate listens to a local radio show. It's kind of a niche kink, but there are dozens of these unemployed sads lurking online. Is that not for you? Well, maybe bourbonguy.com is more your speed. This website contains complete instructions to make literally everyone you know dread being in your presence as you shoehorn a condescending tidbit about your refined whiskey palate into every single conversation. Also available in other classic insufferable personalities like Soccer Guy, Barbecue Guy, and Craft Beer Guy. I tried to purchase goodorbad.com, but Jackson beat me to it. He has reviewed 4 things so far. Wild Hogs, good. Hot Mustard, good. The Communist Manifesto, good. Stephen Wildwood's latest mic drop, bad. That's from the JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf Coach.
Happy Friday, lads. Dougie fresh looking dapper as ever today. Save some tail for the rest of us. So to be a fly on the wall at Cousin Joey's hard-nippled holiday party. Maybe Chairman Kurt can squat in the bushes and live stream through a window and then get invited inside to bartend and then get invited to 7 Minutes in Heaven with one of the billet moms. Fridays always got room for Bruce Hornsby. But whatever happened to the range? I like to think they started a Wild Hogs type of group and toured the country on their Harleys looking for a pale-faced lone wolf to join the band. Cheers, that's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
You can act like a man, my Italian-American father yelled at me, and he was right. A man admits when he was wrong. To our sweet Hoosier Queen Janet, you were right. I was in St. Louis for a wedding recently, and I gotta say, downtown was buzzing. We had a break between the ceremony and reception, and there were at least 15 other people downtown on a beautiful Saturday at 2 p.m. Sure, 5 of them asked me for money, 3 tried to stab me, and the other 7 were zombie employees at Ballpark Village who looked upset and confused, and we came in for a beer to watch the Florida-Georgia game and kill some time before the reception. We were starving, so thank God we found the new standalone anti-hand that is driving the St. Louis commies mad. Well, back to this hellhole with mountains, lakes, and nearby beaches. That's from Mario in Charlotte. P.S. Lock of the week, Gamecocks -13. I'll be there to report back. Suck it, pale guy for Harris.
Oh, Mario in Charlotte.
You're known as Pale Guy for Harris?
When did I turn into Harry Sisson? Was that how you pronounce it? Wait, I voted blue like half the country.
A little less than half.
Yeah. Depends on the year.
Well, it always depends on the year.
Thank you, Doug.
Nice, a common ground. All right, and finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. The Blues lost in overtime as Drew Bannister benched Jordan Kyrou late in the third period to prevent Kyrou from turning the puck over and letting the other team win in regulation for the 3rd Thursday in a row. Because Bannister didn't want to be sitting here again talking about the same things. Mizzou Hoops beat the worst team in Division I by 72 points, but I think the lead is that Mr. GoodOrBad.com, Libby Jack, thinks Wild Hogs is good. When told the picture had a 14% approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes, Jackson defended his pick, saying, that's why you go to GoodOrBad.com. And, quote, it had too good of a cast to be 14%, end quote. Right, because Hollywood never packages past their prime stars with trash lowest common denominator scripts. I bet Libby Jack enjoyed director Walt Becker's next picture, 2009's Old Dogs, another Travolta vehicle, which has a 5% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Also, anyone who goes to GoodOrBad.com for Libby Jack's opinion on trashed post-Battlefield Earth John Travolta pictures will be disappointed to find no movie ratings at all, just a for sale sign by someone named Mark Upgrade. The good news is that Libby Jack's GoodOrBad.com is still available. Ours is the type of presentation where a 50-something day drinker and late-night masturbator feels free to drop in at any time and hold the lots of you accountable for how much the show sucks now because you talk too much sports when all the teams here suck. Libby Jack's tired NBA Sports Center update shtick and how the show was better when the old man just rambled on indefinitely about his petty grievances and then gave Mandy Murphy his best. Thanks, that's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Today I'm going to vote for a fellow by the name of Mario in Charlotte.
Chairman?
I'm going to go with that guy, Finn-ish in Zidane.
That's correct.
It was vile.
I'm going JV golf coach.
I'm going with Mario and Charlotte. Doug, we have an alliance.
Congratulations.
Mario has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email that he's dangerous. He's the kind of guy who can put a run together. Keep an eye on him. That's going to be fun to watch.
He's the kind of guy smart enough to know that Design Air Heating and Cooling is where you ought to call if you have a problem with your furnace or air conditioner. Now we're thinking about furnaces. Got down into the 30s, I think, this morning.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure that furnace is running well. If there's any kind of problem, or maybe you just need regular maintenance so you don't have big problems down the line, Design Air is the place to call. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904.
I like that.
And they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser now on the show. They're known for their honesty and going above and beyond. They've installed a new furnace for me. They've installed one for my son. They just do fantastic work. They will actually an air conditioner for my son, but they will never upsell. They'll always give you exactly what you need and nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and they do take that reputation very seriously. Their website is easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. And that air has an E at the end of it. It's not AIR, it's AIRE. So when you go to the website, don't forget the E. Follow them online at designair.net, and that's designair.net.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest running sponsor here on TMA. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario up next at 17 for Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN.